Hello, hello. Happy Valentine's Day to everyone. So today we're doing something a little different. I've been hesitant to create a tier list because I felt, aka I still feel like I don't have a full grasp of the game to a certain degree because I haven't labbed as much as I feel like I should have. I've definitely put in the time because I've been playing for 2 hours, for 2 years, not 2 hours, and I've logged in over 3,000 hours into the game. I've also played way too much ranked in Season 1 and Season 2, but I will say that after about 20,000 matches in ranked, and after getting my two mains to God, AK, and Lee, I feel like I have a pretty decent grasp of things, but I don't think I have necessarily an expert level grasp of things. However, I still think that given all of the experience that I have, I can make a pretty decent tier list, and at least from the perspective of someone who's new to fighting games, who's put a lot of time in these 2 years to learn Tekken 8 and to get good with my mains, who are Lee and AK, I can, I feel like I can give a pretty solid opinion, so to speak, as to who should be ranked and where. However, I will say that because I haven't fully labbed the roster yet, of course there's going to be, some disagreements into who I put where, but I'm also, the reason I wanted to stream this is because if folks have differing opinions or have stronger opinions about certain characters' placements, I want to hear them, and if they're backed up with logic and experience, hey, that may make me feel differently towards certain things. However, I do think that certain characters are, regardless of, the level of experience that you have, it's very easy to tell that certain characters are broken. It's easy to tell that certain characters are very oppressive. It's very easy to tell that certain characters need significant nerfs. So, with that being said, let's go ahead and get started. I'm just going to put people in tiers, characters in tiers, and then afterwards I'll order them. Let's start with S tier. I think this is pretty easy. I think everyone understands the characters that should belong up here. I think it's pretty universal at this point. Anna. Anna, I think, is undisputed #1 in the game right now. She is very broken. It is not fun to fight against her. There is counterplay, but the counterplay has holes. I tend to sidewalk right and duck, and sometimes throw in a parry in there just to cover myself against her lows, but still her options are wild. The counterplay is unreasonable to a certain degree, and playing against her, you're literally guessing for your life. Just broken, busted. I think it makes total sense that this was the first character that they released in Season 2 because it follows the archetype of what they were trying to go for in Season 2, which was heavy reliance on 50-50s, plus frames everywhere. Yeah, just not fun. I think she's undisputed #1 for sure. #2, I'm torn here because I want to say Asuka, because Asuka can literally rush you down, and at the same time too, she can make you scared to press buttons. But I think it has to be Brian. While I say that Brian is #2 in the game, it doesn't mean that he doesn't require work from the pilot to make him viable. You still have to be a pretty good Tekken player to play Brian at a high level. The execution roof has kind of been busted to a certain degree because you don't have to work as hard to do taunt stuff as you did in other versions of the game. But his wall carry, his combo damage is through the roof. As someone who plays a both mains that are very strong counter characters in AK and Lee, I wish I had Brian's counter hit potential. Because Brian can literally just hit you once, He could take you to the wall, and he could take away 100 damage. Also, we were just talking about Oki. His Oki is busted. Very strong. Brian needs significant nerfs. For sure. Also, an install. I mean, I have my opinions about installs. I don't think installs should be in the game. Or, if installs are in the game, they need to be tied to heat. And after you lose heat, you lose your install. But that's another topic for another video. Hey, Tropical. Yeah, tier list time, man. I've been trying to like not do this for a while because I felt like I didn't have the level of experience to really put out a good tier list. But I think after playing for 2 years and getting 2 characters to God and logging in X amount of hours, I can at least give a pretty informed opinion as to a tier list. So yeah, Brian, I think number 2. But again, it doesn't take away from the pilot. You have to be fairly solid to pilot Brian. Number 3 it has to be Asuka. Her archetype is supposed to be defensive, and she can make you scared to press buttons with her Sabaki, with her other defensive options. She has good movement, decent movement, I should say. And then her offense is scary. She can rush you down too, so it doesn't make sense to me how a defensive character also has really strong offensive tools, but here we are. Her Oki is also very, very, very good. You're playing another game as soon as you hit the ground, and then as soon as you get up, you're guessing for your life again too, right? She does have some counterplay. For folks that struggle against Asuka, sidestep right duck or sidestep right parry is a very, very good option in the neutral to deal with her, because a lot of her options are beaten like that. However, the amount of pressure she applies to you, and also just a very, I would say this, a pilot who is not good at Tekken can still give you a really hard time. A pilot who knows what they're doing and has strong fundamentals, you have a very small chance of dealing with this character successfully if you don't know the matchup. And even if you do know the matchup, you're still guessing a lot, and you're still dealing with very oppressive offense. So I think she's a very broken character. I think, based on what we saw in the Season 3 trailer, where we saw that I think it was after Tooth Fairy, she doesn't get the guaranteed hit anymore. That's a step in the right direction because it makes dealing with her a little more manageable. I think she needs to be nerfed. And they have to make a choice. Do you want her to be an offensive character, or do you want her to be a defensive character? Because you can't be that good at both, because then it just makes it very difficult to deal with. And then at that point, I think people need to think about this too, because while I have argued that Anna is the best character of the game, I don't run into that many Annas. And I think it's because playing that style of Tekken is not fun. I mean, at least in my opinion. I don't know. I haven't even tried Anna, just because it just feels so icky to play her. And also just doesn't feel fun. The fun for me in Tekken is when the give and take, right? The conversation that it feels like with Anna and even Asuka, it feels like a shouting match. Who could get to plus frames quicker? And who can unga the other person? Anyways, I'm going off on a diatribe. So yeah, Asuka number 3. Number 4. Nina. Top tier poke game for sure. Her guns are difficult to deal with. Up close, if trying to outpoke her is really a dumb decision to make. Plus frames. Her throw game is pretty good too. Yeah, just a very strong character. I play a couple of really strong Ninas, and again, as a pilot, you do need to know what you're doing, but it's just her tools are very overpowered. I know people sometimes make the argument of like, oh, if Nina's so good, then, you know, why is it only Artsland? Why don't you say that many other... Well, also, because Arslan is a very good player, and he's able to really use all of Nina's skills and take them to that level, right? Very, very strong character. And it's another type of character that when you have a really good pilot, the game becomes very difficult to win. It becomes very difficult to win against her. Very, very strong character. She desperately needs nerfs as well. Number 5. Now, this one's tricky. I want to say Law. I want to say Law, but there's another person that I think should be up here, and that's Claudio. And you know what? While we're here, let's put Clive. I'll order them right now, shortly. Let me just... So, Law, once you understand the counterplay of DSS, he becomes a lot easier to deal with. But the fact that he regains heat with nunchucks, the fact that I think it's 1-1-1, the jab string combo in heat that leads to a full combo, his wall carry, it's a lot to deal with. And he has ridiculously good options to kind of lock you down. I think because DSS has been made too easy in terms of execution, it makes it easy for folks to just throw out buttons and lock you down. And then, again, I'm also thinking, because, you know, now that I'm at GOD, I face GOD 1s, GOD 2s, GOD 3s. Fighting against this character is not fun. Even if you know the matchup. I think they can really fix this character if they do something to DSS. If they remove his heat regeneration abilities. And they gotta do something about that string that goes right into full combo in heat. Claudio is incredibly oppressive to fight. He's very easy to pilot as well. The situations that you're stuck in at the wall because of his low heat smash and because of his other moves that can cause a splat with little risk. But it's weird. Claudio, I think, is another one of those characters that you don't see a lot of. But the Claudios that you run into are a nightmare to fight against. His install, too, is a problem. I kind of want to... Nah, but I think Law deserves to be number 5. Now, Clive. Clive does have counterplay. It's not the best counterplay. He has pretty good movement. When you're fighting Clive, you're not really sticking to a defensive plan, so to speak. At least this is the way I play him. The best way I can deal with Clive is I really have to see what the pilot is doing and duck at the right moments. And it says a lot when the counterplay sometimes is Power Crush, because you just don't want to guess. I don't know if because he's a guest character, there's like some sort of agreement that he has to be like super strong, and that's why they can't nerf him, because I don't know how this character has evaded nerfs for such a long time. And they also gave him that Scorpion Get Over Here button, which is a huge neutral skip. He already has neutral skips. I don't think I want to put Clive higher, but I don't know if Clive is... I don't see that many Clives, to be honest with you, at high level. Like God and above. I think this is fair placement. But I think these are the characters that are the most broken in the game, and they need significant nerfs ASAP. Because fighting these... The only character that I don't... Like, when I see them pop up on... There's 2 characters up here that when they pop up on screen, I'm like, it's going to suck, but I can deal with them, or at least I don't... I feel like there's going to be more of a gentleman's agreement to play like traditional Tekken, or to play more of that conversation like Tekken over the shouting match Tekken, and that's Brian and Nina. When I fight those 2 characters, I don't feel like the fight or flight that I feel when I fight those other 4 characters up there. Those other 5, my bad. So yeah, let's stick to that, and if I have to make any other alterations or changes, I'll make them after we finish up the tier list. So now A. A means that they're very strong. There's some weaknesses, but they're not as blatantly broken as S tier. Okay, King. And again, I'll order these. King is very strong. Muscle armor, even though it's been nerfed, can still be a problem to deal with. His wall ending combo is nonsense. You're literally taking a guess right there. And if you don't want to eat the drop kick and you duck for some reason, which you probably should never do at the wall, just as a rule of thumb, you're getting wall splat. Online, not so much in person. When I fought Kings at in-person tournaments, dealing with his grab out of Jaguar Dash or Jaguar or whatever it's called is not too difficult to see and, you know, duck. But the throw game, also, I've had this opinion for a very long time, and this was prior to Armor King coming into the game where I was strictly playing Lee. Lee's down forward 4, down forward 4-4, which is, I don't know if it's called Miracle Whip or whatever. It's a 13 frame hit that's a mid-high, and the high extension, you have about 8 frames to hit confirm. That move took me a long time for me to figure out how to hit confirm it. I believe it's King's down forward 2-1. It's nonsense that he has that big of a window. I think it's 13 frames to hit confirm. That move, in my opinion, I feel like you need to commit to it, or you need to make that window tighter to make the King work harder instead of just throwing it out willy-nilly, right? Because a lot of Kings, and I think you should, because it's such a good move, you should center your game plan around that move, because it's a very good move that could lead to a very good, like a very strong combo, right? But I do think they should make that window shorter, so make it 8 frames like Lee to hit confirm, right? To force the King player to think twice about throwing it out, or to go to the lab and practice that execution so that he's earned that damage, right? I think that would help. It just also doesn't make sense to me that a grappler has such good counter hit utility. And while his movement is not good, he's got ways around that with the I don't know what it's called, Jaguar step or whatever, where I think it's 3+4, where he just kind of like spins and goes backward. That covers a lot of stuff. So King is a very, yeah, not fun to fight, and I think he's very strong. He needs nerfs. Who else should we put in A tier right now? Who's calling to me? Oh, Lydia. And again, I'll reorganize this as soon as we get everyone to their tiers. Lydia is not fun to fight against. The game plan is also very simple. I think she is a casino incarnate. As I've labbed her more and I've discovered the counterplay, Lydia is somewhat reasonable to deal with, but then when she gets in heat and she has the 3 installs, good luck dealing with her. Because at that point, you're guessing for your life. I think if Lydia was nerfed, particularly in heat, she'd become a lot more manageable. Because again, when you really study Lydia, there's counterplay, but the counterplay is very unreasonable, and it becomes even. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. Let me backtrack a little bit. The counterplay is reasonable, but then in heat, it becomes completely unreasonable because you're left guessing a lot. And the amount of plus frames that she has to make it even more difficult to deal with, because one of the big ways that you can get out of things is movement, but that gets taken away from you when you have a lot of plus frames staring you in the face, right? Yeah, just a very strong character and just not fun to deal with. I think she's going to stay relatively high in A tier. Because you know what? The other thing too I'll add, it feels like fighting Heihachi, where you're trying to at all costs avoid Heihachi from getting into heat, so then he can't cash out on that warrior's instinct. When I fight Lydia, I'm trying to do that too. So there's already like an added mental stack where I'm like, man, I cannot let this character get into heat. So in a weird way, you kind of lend yourself into playing her type of fight because you're trying so hard to avoid a situation where she becomes like Dark Phoenix and you can't deal with her, right? And I don't think people think enough about that level of mental stack. Heihachi, though, while some people may argue, and I do think that Warrior's Instinct needs to be taken a look at too by the devs, but we can't deny that Heihachi doesn't have to work hard to get there, because not just because of the fact that he's a Mishima, but the fact that like his lows ain't that good, and once you know how to deal with his lows, you can launch him or punish him heavily. I don't feel the same about Lydia, where you can say, oh, Lydia has to work really hard. Because her move list is very simple and her game plan is very simple. It's just when she gets to bear, like, to really, like, get the rewards of that play style, the reward is so huge and so difficult to deal with on the other side. And I think the developers need to think about what it feels like to be on the other side of that equation. Okay, who else belongs in A? This character is still a problem. After labbing Huo, and Huo is probably the character that I've labbed the most just because this guy's a straight up scrub killer. I ran into, when I was grinding red ranks early in season 1, when I was grinding purples, when I was grinding blues, this character was there every time to ruin my momentum and demote me back to where I started. And a lot of it was knowledge checks. As I've labbed him more and more, I realized that whoring players are gambling their life a lot of the times just to keep the blender going. However, even after identifying the moves and where to step, the Huo has an infinite, I can't say infinite, but has a vast amount of tools at their disposal to keep you within the vortex. That sometimes... and to kind of give you some background into why I've labbed Huo so much. So, in like my early stages of learning Tekken, I was living in punishment training. And when I would do punishment training for Huo, I learned all of his punishable moves. And usually, like in the early stages of the game, when you're like around red ranks, purple ranks, when you punish something, it usually means it's your turn. Or you launch, right? With Huo, his punishable moves are there, but he has a lot of options that leave him maybe at minus, that still allow him to keep his turn. So this character was really frustrating in those early stages because it was like, man, when is it my turn? Even if I punish stuff, a really good Huo pilot won't throw out stuff that's punishable. Often because he wants to keep his turn. They want to keep their turn. And this forced me to really learn how to like call out, make hard reads, essentially like, oh, I see this move here, I need to step it, as a way of like getting my turn back. The fact that that exists so much and you have to make so many hard reads is very frustrating when dealing with this character. One of the clear weaknesses that Hwoarang had was that he had a hard time going in. In Season 2, they gave him, I don't know the name of the move. I want to say it's like down back 3+4. But it's that homing low that gives him, I think it's like +5 once it hits, and then he gets in there. Because I think he's right in your face. And then he gets to go do the blender. That move needs to go ASAP. Because the way you should balance a character like this, like here's the thing, as much as I dislike Huo, I also can't negate the fact that like some Huo mains have put in serious hours to learn this character, and they are very solid Tekken players, and this character fits their playstyle. But the way you balance a character like this that has the possibility of putting you into a vortex is that you probably make it harder for him to even get in on you. And with that move being added, you take that away, and now there's an even bigger mental stack, right? He can also do his power crush cancels to get in. and that makes him safe on approach. I mean, you can throw him, but then a really good woes will be able to mix that up and find other ways to hurt you, right? I think this character has the privilege, because he's been in the game since Tekken 3, to kind of keep the archetype that he's had, because I think Main Man made a really good point. If this character was introduced in Season 2, in Season 1, people would revolt, not revolt, but like people would be like, what the hell are you doing? But because he's been in the game and he's a staple of the franchise at this point, I think that is worthy of some merit in terms of like saying like, well, you know, he belongs in Tekken. It's just, how do we make him manageable? And I think what you'll notice, and I'm going to try my hardest to not be biased when we get to my mains, but the archetype is valid. It's just we need to tweak it, because I think people need, the developers need to see what it feels like to be on the other side and have to deal with a very oppressive character that could legit just blend you. And if you make one, because you're making a lot of hard reads to beat him. And what it feels like to, you know, what's the move, right? Like one of the big gaps that I look for when I'm fighting Quo is when he does, I think it's RFS 3-4. And I'm sidestepping and launching right there, but then a good Quo will be able to pick up on that and then throw out the homing move, and then I'm back in the blender, right? There needs to be more counterplay applied to this character. But also I will say that you have to lab. Okay? You have to lab, because there are gaps in here. And in recognizing the gaps, you're realizing that Quo player is putting his life on the line every interaction. But it's not enough, in my opinion. Not enough, and this character can just be a nightmare to deal with. Dragunov. This man was a monster in Season 1. He's not as difficult to deal with, but he's still very difficult to deal with in Season 2. He plays a very fundamental style of Tekken, so he's right up there. Like, if someone wanted to learn how to play the game the right way, and I know that's subjective, but I mean, like, trying to learn fundamentals, spacing, movement, you know, playing small Tekken, Dragunov is a top contender for that. His movement is crack, though. If you've ever seen Dragunov do a KBD, it is wild how much distance they're clearing. Very good step. Just a very good character. His low, while it's been nerfed, with a very good pilot using it, that low can still shut you down pretty easy when it's mixed with the right tools. But relatively speaking, when I see Dragunov come up on the queue, heading into a match, I at least know, for the most part, I'm going to fight someone that knows what they're doing, and it feels like Gentleman's Tekken. So I can't negate the fact that he's strong, but it's not a character that I like dread fighting, like the same as Quo, Lydia, or King in this tier. But very good character. Leo is slept on. Leo is totally slept on. I got tired of getting mixed up by his, I want to say it's Jinji Chu-Li. I think everyone calls it K and K stance. I don't know why. But the one where he lifts his knee and he's +9, that stance has, in my opinion, unreasonable counterplay. I have been able to find a pretty decent option with AK. I have to figure it out with Lee, but with AK you can use down, what is it, down 1-4. It's the low jab into the knee that leaves them at +6, and that beats a lot of options. Then you just have to wait for the hop kick to come out. But this character literally, I don't know if it's just because maybe he's not fun to pilot. Maybe people don't enjoy playing as him, but this character is a very solid character, and he's very slept on. Super slept on. And I don't know if that's because of that, people aren't, you know, being more vocal about Leo. But he's definitely one of those characters. Now that I understand more counterplay, I don't have a fight or flight response when I see him come up on the queue. But I can't deny the fact that he's very strong. Also, his install, that's a problem. That's a problem. Yeah, I think he's fair. I'm not sure if I might move Leo there from that position, but he deserves to be an A tier. This character is slept on. I know everyone says that Eddie is a very easy character pilot. He is. By design, I think all of us old heads that played Tekken 3 back in the day remember mashing 3+4 randomly and having fun with the character. And even there was that bot, 3 Eddie or whatever he's called, that legit got to, I want to say he got to like blue ranks, just mashing 3. Once you get past the knowledge checks with this character, it doesn't end the BS. The BS continues. And I played around with him a little bit to try to understand him more, and yo, his movement is very good. And when you fight against a very good Eddie pilot, you're literally worried for so many things. You're worried about running into his sidestep. I want to say it's sidestep 3+4 that launches you. He has pretty good keep out. And then also you're worried about, what is it, forward 3? That takes him into relaxed stance, and then you're guessing for your life. This character has all the tools at top level to win. And he's very difficult to deal with. And the one thing that I will say is that, like, there's a difference between scrub Eddies and very competent Eddies. And the very competent Eddies, I would say, are like really good Yoshis, where they don't flash you often, but they flash you where it counts. And they flash you in the moment where it hurts the most. A really good Eddie will probably never show you that unblockable low out of relaxed stance until it really hurts. And they'll just be mixing you up, conditioning you. Once you get out of the vortex, then you're back in neutral, and then you're dealing with his movement. You're dealing with a lot of, like, indirect pressure that he's applying to you. Also, the throw, it starts to become not that big a deal once you learn how to deal with his handstand stance. But when I don't know the command of the move, but where he gets plus frames into handstand stance off of the running move, you have a lot less options to deal with that mix-up. And if you're against the wall, that throw splats you, and then bam, your life is gone. I think Eddie is very slept on, and I think that people calling Eddie a scrub character does a huge disservice to what this character is capable of in the hands of a very skilled pilot. We've seen what John Ding can do with Eddie. At my locals in the SoCal scene, we have a very good Eddie player named Pots and Pans, who turns this character into a nightmare to deal with. I think this character is very slept on for the wrong reasons. And I think that people need to the devs need to take a look at him and find ways to deal with him in a better way, because I think it's cool to have mix-up characters, that's like their bread and butter, but they have to work towards it, right? And I think the fact that, like, some scrub players that don't know how to KBD, I'm not saying that you need KBD to be good, but I do think at the same time you do need KBD to be good, that don't understand spacing can still, climb their way to God ranks. And that says a lot. All right. Moving on. Steve. What can I say about Steve? After labbing him a bit more, a lot of stuff can be beat with backwards movement. So if your KBD is solid, you can evade a lot of pressure from Steve. You don't want to step him too much because he can catch you. He's very evasive. The issue with Steve, and I've heard this from even Steve players who became incredibly disillusioned with Steve when Season 2 launched, is that his identity has been torn to pieces. Now everything involves getting into Lionheart. And now it's just a guessing game. I feel like it really I mean, you know, I can make the same argument for like Law. Now, hear me out. A lot of Law players prided themselves in learning how to DSS properly, in learning how to express themselves through this character through hours in the lab to like learn how to really make that character shine the way they wanted it to shine. They wanted him to shine, right? Steve is kind of the same thing, where Steve players have put in a lot of hours and countless hours, countless sessions expressing themselves through this character, and then all of a sudden in season 2 it's like, nah, the way to make him viable is you have to go into Lionheart, and that's how you get your damage. It makes the character less fun to pilot. It makes the character less fun to fight against. And when you have a character that, I would say the hardest thing about labbing this character is that because he's a boxer, a lot of his moves look very similar. So you have to familiarize yourself with a ton of different animations that are slightly different. Also, you have to learn the frames for those moves. But the ease of getting into Lionheart, and then you're guessing, because Lionheart I think only has 3 options. And I know that there was a video that Moonsault did with someone where it was a Steve player. The Steve player was arguing that, oh, you can actually see the unblockable. Nah, dude. In the heat of the moment, the animation is different, yeah, but you're not gonna be able to look at that animation and duck. So I think with Steve, it's just don't make him so reliant on Lionheart. It was always a fun experience fighting Steve because I didn't know how the pilot was going to bring them to life. And it became kind of fun going through that discovery as we were playing. I don't feel that anymore. It's not necessarily... I don't have a fight or flight response when I go against this character and I see him in the queue. But it's just a counter hit machine like Steve now becoming a mix of God doesn't feel right. So I think they need to really reevaluate that stance and reevaluate how much of Steve's game plan should center around that, because it's not who Steve should be or Steve is. All right, moving on. This character I think is very underrated, but it's because people don't use him a lot. But Shaheen has really good tools. I think once you learn how to deal... Now what I do with Shaheen is I'm just looking for where he steps. Because they're going to want to do... I don't know the name of the move, but it's like a homing plus move, I believe. Where he says like La Máquina or something like that. Once you learn how to like spot that, and then also you learn how to duck his strings, you're still guessing with the guard break, but usually when a Shaheen is running at you... they'll pull that out, so you can kind of take a guess and duck. Also, his low is pretty good, but if you just start sidestepping right and ducking, or sidestep right, parry, you should be able to catch him a couple times if you're playing good defense. But he's still a very slept-on character. I fought some very good Shaheens that have... there's a very good one at our locals named Balaler, who adapts so fast. And it's just because I think he has such good technical knowledge of the game, but... a very slept-on character, and I feel like he deserves to be up here. But I think just because he's not represented a lot, people don't really complain about him. Okay. How could I forget about Elisa? Even though they've done nerfs to chip damage, this character can take a lot of life away just in chip damage. Also, her movement is so good. She can step a lot of things. Her backdash is very good. She still has that string that jails in the neutral. I want to say it's like a low and a high where she like takes her head off and hits you with it. That shit in jail. Dealing with chainsaws, even though there is counterplay, is not fun to deal with. There's really only one option that gives you an opportunity to break that pressure, which is the one where like she crosses her arms and hits you with a chainsaw. That's when you know, because I believe it's -9. That's when you know to take your turn. But at the wall, she can lock you down. And then also the character is just very easy to pilot. It's not uncommon to go on ranked and find someone who has like 95 offense and like 40 defense. And it's because the character's design allows them to do that. Yeah, this character's just nonsense. Like, all respect to Elisa players, but the design of this character is deeply flawed in my opinion. Yeah, I'm trying to really be unbiased about it because I know some really good Elisa players, but it's more so because the pilot's really good. It's not that the character's good. So yeah, we'll keep it at that. I think Elisa's very, very strong. And I have my opinions about chip damage too. I don't think it should be in the game, but regardless. Yoshi, he's not as strong. In Season 1, this guy was a nightmare. And part of it is too, I just have to own up to it. You know, I have to find a way to deal with my unk level reflexes and just learn to hop kick when I see him and crouching to do the sword sweep. He's got some BS, it's manageable. But the issue with Yoshi is that I'm someone who started playing in Tekken 2. And I remember as a kid, whenever I would do his fast sword hit from neutral, I believe it was like down forward 1 or something like that. That was the command back in the day. It was unblockable, but it would only cause you like 10 damage. And I kept asking myself as a kid, like, that don't make no sense. He hits you with the sword. Like, homeboy should be bleeding or cut open and like should be dying by now, right? But that innocent way of thinking, I think, highlights the design choices behind this character. Is like, we're going to give him unblockables, but his damage is going to be low to compensate for that because other characters don't have that privilege. I think the way to balance this character, and I think a lot of Yoshi players would agree with me, is just reduce the damage. It's fine if you give him Poison Breath, you give him an unblockable low, you give him these resources as long as the damage is kept in check. And I actually think it would lead to more expression. And that was the really cool thing about, like, while I didn't play too much Tekken 7, it was fun seeing Yoshi mains fight at high level because everyone fought differently. It was cool to see what that specialist, and this is a specialist character, right? What that specialist could do to bring this character to life. Because you have to, regardless of what people say about Yoshi players, to play that character at a high level with a sense of originality means you have to spend a lot of hours in the lab learning how to pilot the character with also like your own level of spice, so to speak. I think this character can be fixed real easy just with like lowering his damage, and also dealing with certain moves that shouldn't go into full combo. Just give him like guaranteed follow-ups, and then that way Yoshi doesn't be, because they've done a lot in like nerfing Flash. So yeah, that's just my 2 cents on Yoshi's, but he's not too difficult to deal with. In Season 1, it was a nightmare. Now he's manageable, but he's still very strong. Lars, I 100% transparency. This character I despise a ton. However, I got tired of complaining about this character and I just hit the lab and I sought out advice from people that know more than me, that have more experience in the game, and they kind of advised me on how to deal with him. And Lars, once you learn the matchup, it's manageable. But that doesn't deny the fact that Homeboy still has significant BS. And his design, I think, is incredibly problematic. There were actually folks at my locals who were making arguments about how, like, Lars' design in Tekken 6 was the precursor for everything that we see nowadays. It is annoying when he has you, when he's just floating around the screen, farting electricity everywhere, and changing stances. Once you learn the counterplay, it's more manageable, but it can still become very oppressive to deal with Lars. I think he needs some nerfs. But again, I challenge folks, and I think I'm a prime example of this because I still despise this character. But you just need to hit the lab. And in hitting the lab, you can learn some of the counterplay. You can sidewalk a lot of options. your parry can be really effective against him. And then also I think it's a really big realization that, for me at least, this was a very big realization. When he hits you with that low high that then goes into stance, you losing that little bit of damage is not the end of the world. It's okay. Eat the damage. Don't lose your cool, and then just deal with the situation that comes after by using movement. Or like Lee, for example. Lee can deal with a lot of stuff because he has that fast low. The, what is it, down 4. You can knock him out of a lot of stuff. You probably have an option like that too. You just have to go study it. But the character's annoying. And I think as soon as you condition yourself, I don't know, like, I probably need to do this to get the trauma out of my head, but I probably just need to set the dummy to just, for Lars to fart out all of the electricity while doing his movement, so I'm not intimidated by that no more. Because it still frustrates me. But, you know, you have the option to not engage either. If a Lars player is just going to start doing stances in neutral to try to freak you out, let him do it. Let them do it. He's not going to... Until he throws out a threatening option, then you deal with it, right? Or, you know what? Same as a hell sweep. If people are hell sweeping... If people are... my bad. Are wave dashing in your face, a lot of times you could just jab them and pop them and they'll stop, right? Same kind of thing. So, the design of the character I still don't like. I think this character will always be on my shit list, so to speak, but he's manageable. But he's still nonsense, so he will stay in that tier. Oh my. This character has become a nightmare, particularly as AK. I want to say he's one of AK's worst matchups because AK is so linear. This character can step you on -9. I don't know the command of the move, but it's like a 1-2 punch combo, and then she does like a +9 kick. And when I was reviewing the match, because I watched my replay to figure out what happened, she sidewalked me on -9. That is absurd. However, I think this goes to some of the other characters that we were talking about earlier in terms of how to nerf them. Lily can keep the privilege of having the best movement in the game as long as there's other ways to balance the character. As I've labbed her more and more, it's just you have to be very hyper aware. And it's good. I will say that fighting Lily has made me a better Tekken player. Because now, when I fight her, I am hyper vigilant of movement and not just throwing things out. And fighting this character will force you to be that way. Because, again, like I said, she can step you at -9. Against Lee, I have a tool that can stop her dead in her tracks in 1+2, and I just do that, and it deals with Lily, and it's not that bad of a matchup. But I would say if... I don't know, this is difficult, because I'm trying not to be too biased because of my terrible experiences in fighting her. Because I also, like, now understand, like, a lot of the counterplay and dealing with her. When she's in back turn, you can sidewalk right most of her stuff. You just have to watch out for that homing move that if it clips you, I think she's +10, and then she has that follow-up, but if you block the follow-up, she's -12, I believe, and you can punish her. Even... I just think she's very strong. But to be frank, I don't know what you can do to balance her. And I'm trying really hard to not be super biased, but she's a very strong character. Very strong character. And I guess the challenge for the devs would be, how do we balance, you know, the privilege that we've given her, which is her godlike move, her godlike step, with the rest of her kit so that it's more manageable, right? I guess when I do my next tier list, hopefully a year down the line, or when Season 3 releases, when I have more knowledge, I can answer that question, but it doesn't deny the fact that she's incredibly strong. Paul. Let me highlight this by saying Paul pilots are a special breed. Because Paul requires work. Significant work to make him work at the highest level, but if you don't know the matchup, this character can carve you up real easy. sidestep right, duck beats a lot of options. I think also you need to learn how to fuzzy duck. His I want to say it's forward 2. Yeah, forward 2 extensions. Even so, a really good Paul player can put you in a some quasi blender. All I'll say is he's a strong character. He deserves to be here. And but there is counterplay, and it's just incumbent on you to learn it, and incumbent on you to use it in the match to deal with him properly. But he's very strong. How did I forget about you? Jin needs to be up here. I think that's fair. Jin, I mean, it makes sense. He's like the poster boy of the franchise. Jin has all of the tools necessary to compete at a high level. I'm happy they nerfed him heavily after Season 2 launch, because there was a lot of... I want to say it was like out of stance, he had a high kick option that was like super plus that just allowed him to recycle. They've nerfed that, thankfully. Very strong character. I do feel like, well, it depends the Mishima player, the Jin player you get. If you get a Jin player who isn't so fundamentally versed, it could become an Unga Bunga fest, but it's just they made him so easy to use. Yeah, but I think that placement is pretty fair for Jin. Let's see who else belongs in A. Oh, man. This guy. He's not as strong as Eddie. Not as strong as Steve. Elisa needs to go higher, too. Victor. Victor is another one of those characters that I absolutely despise. However, again, once you learn the counterplay, you can deal with it. But when you are in a vortex, when you are at a wall, against the wall, this character is nonsense. He has that sword stab move that is very difficult to deal with. If he does the running 1+2 move with the 2 knives that goes into stance, he's +4, so you can deal with his options a little. It's not too difficult to deal with his options at +4. If he does running 2, that extra frame makes dealing with that stance a little bit more difficult, but still somewhat manageable. Now, there is an option out of Perfumer. So I can't recall exactly the command, but he hits you with the hilt of his sword, and he, I believe, is like +7 or +8. At that point, his mix-up is a nightmare to deal with, because instead of dealing with +5, you're dealing with, I want to say it's +7 or +8. I could be wrong. It could be +6. But the addition of those extra frames makes it more difficult to deal with the stance. The most annoying Victor players to fight are the ones that legit play really good neutral. So that's a credit to them as pilots. But their whole game plan is literally just to mix you up. Because at that point, you're not really playing Tekken, you're playing Tekken 8. And it's just guessing for your life. Again, I think the archetype of like a mix-up character is fine. But they really need to do something to their like core line of thinking as to how to balance characters like this. This character is incredibly unfun to fight against. And you're just kind of, there's like a mental stack of like, how do I avoid him hitting me with because if I get hit with running 3-4, it's not running 1-2. It's not that bad. The sword things. It's not that bad because I know that he has 4 frames heading into stance. Running 2 a little more annoying, but then when they start doing that Perfumer setup where they have a lot more plus frames, and they're at the wall, it's just very annoying. It's not fun to fight against, and man, just nah, man. Victor ain't it. Victor ain't it. The best pokes, and again, I'll reorder it because I need to figure out where to put Feng. The best in range 0, the best pokes. Very good panic button as well. I think it's back 1 or back 2. I can't recall. Very good character. His Kempos, but you just gotta be patient with Feng. I think it also, if you mind your range, so same as Dragunov. Dragunov, if you stay out of, like, they want to be close in your face. If you're out of range a little bit, then Drag can't hit you with his low. The hatchet kick he has. Same with Feng. If you stay out of range, he can't hit you with a lot of his really good stuff. However, you have to be mindful of shifting clouds, so the parry, and you have to be mindful of Kempo, because some Fengs literally will just operate in that range. And Feng is one of those characters where I'm a big believer that a person's stats tells you a lot about the type of player that they are and their level of proficiency in the game. Feng is one of the characters where his stats won't tell the whole story, because you can be playing a very good Feng player with 40 defense, and it's just because they're very good at using Kempo. They're very good at spacing. They're very good at setting up shifting clouds to get their hits off, to get their neutral off. I mean, to get their offense off. So Feng, I think, is strong, but I think it's incumbent on the pilot to be strong as well to really make this character shine. It's one thing I will say is that Feng, a really high-level Feng, is really fun to fight against, but also equally as frustrating. Because if they know how to use their Kempo properly, if I want to say that the mix-up is, I want to say it's 3-3, the 2 kicks that go into back turn. Annoying / very good Feng players will use that string to its maximum output, where they're mixing it up with 3-3 the low, which I think is 4, 3-3 into back turn, and then into hell sweep, 3-3 into other options. So I think he's a very strong character, but I think it's more incumbent on the pilot to be very good to really bring out the most out of him. But definitely belongs in A tier. This character, I believe, is slept on. But I think a lot of people just don't know the matchup. But he's still got some pretty good options, and also his parry is very, very good. So I think when you're fighting a Raven, you really have to take some time to scope him out and see what kind of Raven you're dealing with. Are you dealing with a Raven that literally just wants to go into back turn and mix you up? Are you dealing with a Raven that wants to space you out and use his, it's like a launching back turn cartwheel? Are you dealing with a combination of all of those things? But Raven is a very good character. He's got a lot of really good options. It's just, I think this is a character that gets away with a lot because he knowledge checks a lot of people because you don't run into a lot of them. And then also, not too many people pilot him for some reason. I don't know why, but strong character. I think he deserves to be in that tier. June. June is another character that I don't like. However, I have a very good friend who pilots the character and showed me some stuff, and yeah, once they get the insult, it's kind of nonsense. Because then you're dealing with like a Kamehana. But she doesn't... The one thing I will say is that June doesn't have the level of like defensive tools that Asuka has. So it's not too... You can disrespect her a little more. And I think it's just incumbent on you hitting the lab a little more and learning what to, like, how to deal with her. But June... Bro, no one should be having lasers. I'm sorry. That's really, really dumb. I think we've all had the experience of being near the end of a round. You need to get in to get a little bit of damage to win the round, and then you just get Kamehana'd. You can step it, and if you have a long-range punish, you can... So, like, as AK, I'll try to, like, go in, try to step, make some distance, and then as soon as I see your whiff, I'll use... Toll kick back 3. Not everyone has a punish like that. It's just, yeah, get rid of installs, period. Get rid of the laser. But once you learn the counterplay, June is not too bad. Also, you'll notice my mains are here. Give me a second, all right? They might be the last ones I place because I want to try my hardest to not be biased and be honest about the characters. Okay, Fakumram. I think all of us spent a very long time at the beginning of Season 2, or when he dropped, saying like, oh, this is... And to be fair, compared to Anna, Fok is far more balanced. Far more balanced. Let me raise the mic volume. My apologies if it wasn't high enough. I think we should be in a better spot here. My bad. However, after labbing him a bit and learning more about the character, Fakumram can mix you up from a range where no one else can. His strings are tricky, but it depends on the perspective you take. If you want to entertain the strings and try to find counterplay for every string, then you end up kind of mixing up yourself. If you just don't entertain the strings and just duck the ones that are absolutely necessary, like I want to say it's 3-1, the knee into the high, or I don't know. No, it's a kick. It's a mid kick into a high. The rest of the stuff isn't that threatening. You just, if you block it, you punish it, right? But his ability to mix you up at long distance is what makes this character kind of BS at times. But I think the developers just need to really take under advisement the task of, like, we're giving him the best range in the game. That's fine if he keeps that privilege. How do we balance him in other areas? But again, Fok isn't that bad. Does he have nonsense? Yes, every character in this game has nonsense. But I do think that there needs to be more fine-tuning with this character. Trying to think who else belongs in it. Heihachi. Heihachi's got to work, though. It's really Warrior's Instinct. And it's that added mental stack you have fighting Heihachi where you're trying your hardest to not let him pop heat. Because if you let him pop heat 3 times, and let's say it's a sweep, right? Then on that 3rd round, you're going to have to deal with the, Dark Phoenix. But if you're fighting a really good Heihachi player, and you get to that final round, and he pops that, you're at a... I think this is a verifiable stat. I think Hei has the best final round win percentage out of all of the cast. But here's the thing. If you rework heat, I know one of the ideas that a lot of folks have is like, oh, make heat once per set. Then you completely destroy a big part of what makes Heihachi in Tekken 8, which is Warrior's Instinct. So I think if they revise the mechanics of this game, Heihachi's identity has to be completely reworked. I think he's very strong, but it's mainly because of the mechanics of the game. Because you cannot deny that Heihachi players have to work. They have to work. Outside of Kaz, he probably has to work the most. And you can argue Devil Jin too. Okay, who else belongs in A? And again, I know y'all see Lee and AK here. They'll probably be the last ones that I put in the tier list because I want to be as unbiased as I can be. I'm trying to think if anyone else deserves to go in A. I kind of want to say Zafina, but not really. Because Zafina just gets away with a lot because of knowledge checks. Nah, you know what? Yeah, she's going up in A. Main reason for that is just the amount of nonsense this character gets to get away with because of their Azazel arm is nonsense. And like I know that the backdraw is losing life, but I don't think she loses enough life for using her powers. She gets to freaking throw a full-blown Kamehana at you, and she loses like the damage alone. Like She loses the damage a hatchet would give you. A hatchet kick from Brian would give you. And then she has an install, which makes things even more powerful. Her stances are not too bad to deal with. Most of the options can be beaten by sidestep and her side walk-in. Then you just need to be aware of those options that do beat those out. So her stances are not too big of a deal. It's really just... This is just my opinion. I think Tekken would be a better game if they got rid of all of the characters introduced in Season 6. I mean, in Tekken 6. With the exception of maybe Bob and Miguel. But that's just my opinion. But Zafina definitely gets away with a lot just because people don't know the matchup. But still, should she be using the power of a god to be messing you up randomly? No. And the amount of damage she loses for using those moves is not enough. Okay, I want to put Reina in A, but I'll be honest with you. Reina's annoying, but Reina's not that difficult to deal with, in my opinion. So I don't think Reina... I think Reina could go in, like, B. I think Reina is a very easy Mishima to use. But the perks ain't... I mean, the one really busted thing she has is... I don't know the inputs for the move, but it's like the... She does, like, I want to say it's like a knee into Demon's Breath or something. She usually does it off, like, Heat Dash. That move's kind of stupid. But, like, dealing with forward 2, like, jab beats a lot of stuff. And you just got to watch out for that hell sweep. When she gets going, it's difficult to deal with, but you just got to kind of keep your cool and know when to step, know when to parry, know when to duck. I guess because of ease of use, you can maybe put her in A. All right, we'll put her in A until further notice. All right, let's go to the B tier. So these are like characters that have very obvious weaknesses that are just not that strong. Jack. I mean, Joe Crush. We have a very good Jack player in our scene called Commanda Panda. I believe Scruffy also plays Jack. I think it's the pilot that makes this character, not the character that makes the pilot. He can't step, and yeah, he has Gamma Hell, but like, he also has down forward 2 that can track. He has the homing move that can track, but that's punishable. He does have tools that are homing that can also be used as keep out tools that counter hit launch. But Jack isn't, in my opinion, when I fight Jack and a Jack beats me, it's because they were just the better player. This is definitely a character where I think the pilot makes the character and not vice versa. Like, you can duck a lot of stuff and evade his pressure. His throw game is annoying, but yeah, I honestly don't think anyone needs to be buffed next season. So I don't want to say that Jack needs buffs because I don't think he does. But I don't think he's that strong to merit being in the A tier. Okay. Kaz. I might get flack for this one. I have picked up Kaz recently because I play AK and I'm learning wave dashing and Mishima style pressure. Kaz has definitely been simplified from older versions of the game, but Kaz still has to work. I think a lot of people complain about electrics being +5, but the space that he creates off of the electrics, you can't really do too much with it. I would like to think that if players are eating an electric and then stepping into the space and pressing buttons, that's something they need to work on. Well, it takes time to also learn how the vortex works. His whole game is momentum and keeping that momentum. And it takes work to get there. I think because I want to put him there I don't think he's as weak as people say, though. Oh, hey, Kulog. Welcome, man. Kulog's a very good king player that goes to our locals. Very good king player. Sorry to put your to put your main so high up on the list. But after we put everyone up on the tier list, we'll put everyone into a proper position. No, man, I give credit where credit is due. You're a very solid player. So yeah, Kaz. I mean, unless y'all disagree. If y'all disagree that that Kaz should be higher, I'm happy to entertain that and maybe reconsider my placement of him. But after using him a bit and like understanding his game plan and how to execute that, it's difficult. It's not easy. You have to do a lot. You have to do a lot to get Kaz going. And also it hurt. Like, I don't think people talk about this enough. I think my left hand is super strong now because of KBDs and because of all of the movement I had to do with AK. It is double as much so with Kazuya. Yep, it's the mental stack that King's Throws give you, puts on you. So yeah, I'll table that. If y'all disagree with me, because I would love to hear your opinions more on Kazuya, whether he should be higher or not. But I think Kazuya is hard to use. He's not as hard to use as in other games, but while his gameplay is his game plan is simple, executing it is not easy to do at a very high level. Okay, next. The Bears. Oh, dang, sorry. The Bears. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean that is a valid point too. Like, Kaz does institute a mental stack from the beginning too, because you already know the game plan. Kaz's game plan is super simple. It's literally, how do I knock you down to then gain momentum and hold on to the momentum? And I think people are so scared of that it does apply a mental stack from the beginning. And I think that's very, that should be considered, right? So the Bears, they're not that strong, and once you learn the game plan, not too difficult to deal with. But one thing I will say is, I mentioned Fang earlier about like how stats sometimes don't represent how good the player is. I fought a lot of Bears who have like 40 defense, and it's not, sometimes that's not indicative of how good they are. Sometimes they're very good at spacing, and then also because of their wacky hurt box where like their legs are like farther away from their body. I feel like Bear players gain like an innate kind of like sixth sense to like space themselves out a little better. I mean, I think it's, yeah, I think the Bears can stay there. They're kind of niche. I think if you play Bears, it's because you've been playing Bears for a while. But I don't think the Bears are necessarily too bad. Azu. I kind of wanted to put Azu in A tier. But once you understand the mix-up, this is not too bad. And also, I think the biggest thing that Azu taught me is that if I get hit with a low, it's not the end of the world. And also, she becomes somewhat predictable, especially if they are a backswing blow merchant. It's very, once an Azu player reveals when they like to backswing blow, you can kind of exploit that and just beat them up. Same with their lows. You can just start low parrying or start ducking and then, you know, getting your damage. So I don't think it's, yeah, Azu ain't that bad. The one thing I will say is the addition of that new low they gave her in Season 2. 2 Azos, then, yeah. It's really contingent on the pilot. You know, like, if I'm fighting Sage, then I'm stressing, right? Because he's a very good pilot. But, yeah, I think it's fair to leave her in B. Xiaoyu. I don't like Xiaoyu, but two big realizations. Oh yeah, Sewer. How could I forget about Sewer? Sewer is like one of the best Azus in SoCal, in California, no doubt. Really good Azu. So Xiaoyu, two realizations I got from fighting this character. One, when you think it's your turn, think twice because of how evasive she is. And then two, a lot of her pressure is fake. So when she starts dancing and using stance cancels, a lot of the times you can just disrespect her. For Lee, when I main Lee, 1+2 is very good against her. Because 1+2 will stop her step, and then also it'll a lot of the times hit her when she's trying to go into her stances. Bump kick is another good option. It's a little slow, but because it hits her low, I want to say it's been a while since I've tried, but I want to say down forward 4 can also clip her. Grass snake is very good, so that's down. What is it? Down back 3+4. Grass snake is super good against Ling. A lot of the times you could just use back 3, so don't complete the string, just do back 3, and it'll stop her a lot. Yeah, Xiaoyu evasion does create a lot of mental stack, especially the AOP transitions. Yeah, but I think it's just getting into the rhythm of, like, that's what Xiaoyu wants to do. That's what Xiaoyu players want to do to you. They want to apply mental stack just with her movement, because her damage isn't super high. I think it's still too high, considering her design in previous games. But this is the one thing I will say. So for you to be a Xiaoyu player and be at God, or even God Supreme, or even Tekken God, you got to know what you're doing. While this game has made it very easy to achieve high ranks, Xiaoyu players have to learn a lot. Like, they have to be pretty decent. So I think more when people complain about the character, it's just y'all got to hit the lab a little more. And y'all got to watch your replays. And then remember those two things. It's same as like when fighting Yoshi. It probably, like, if you think it's your turn, consider all of the evasive tricks that she has. And a lot of her pressure is just, it's fake. So you can get away with disrespecting her a lot more. The last thing you want to do with Xiaoyu, though, is block. Like, just end up backdashing it on the back foot. Because then she just gets to do whatever she wants. But in terms of her being OP, no. No, that's nonsensical. Leroy, just throw and lows. That beats a lot of stuff. Now, I think people are starting to think that Leroy is very good because of what Breadman did at TWT. And I think people need to remember that Breadman is just that good. We also have a very good Leroy player in our local scene named Colossus, who's a nightmare to fight against. But it's because he himself as a player is very good. I think Breadman is a... I don't think... Do any of y'all know if Breadman plays anyone else? To be honest, I've only became familiar with Breadman recently at TWT because someone in my stream was saying, like, yo, you got to check this out. And I was just flabbergasted by how good he was. But Leroy has clear weaknesses. I'm a little concerned that out of stance, because they showed that in the Season 3 trailer, they're going to give him shotgun. That sounds scary, unless there's, like, appropriate balance applied to that. Yeah, I've seen his name during yeah. Oh, well, T7 Leroy, especially launch Leroy, was just a straight-up war criminal. This Leroy is a little more tame, a little more balanced. But yeah, Leroy's strong, but I wouldn't say he's just a very specialized character, so you just need to learn the game plan against him. And a lot of the times, if you're feeling like there are going to be low merchants, get ready with your sidestep, duck, parry. Because some of his lows are not... I think some of his lows are legit like -8 or something like that, so you can't launch him. So it's just a matter of learning the matchup and learning how to deal with it. Also, a lot of his plus frames come from sidestep, so just managing that, using homing moves. He has something at a sidestep that makes him like plus, I don't know the plus frames, but makes him pretty plus that a lot of Leroy spam. So it's just a matter of learning the matchup. Miari Zoe. When this character came out, I was like, screw this character. But she has very clear counterplay. If you learn where to duck, if you learn, a lot of it comes down to learning where to duck this character. Learning her spacing traps because her movement is not good. So a lot of folks that main Miari will space you out and then launch you with her very good down forward too. So Miari, has very clear weaknesses. Also, the staff stance. I mean, jab isn't a bad option, and then just watch out for the hell sweep. That's pretty slow. So, like me, if you're an unk, just work on your reflexes. Just work on identifying the animation. I would recommend also where they transition to that one touch, the floor slide one. Yeah, that's very true. Also, know her transitions into stance. So when she does, I believe it's called MMO stance. She swipes the floor. So be wary of the moves that allow her to get into that stance, and you can stop a lot of, or you can at least be ready for the pressure and be able to, like, sidestep, be able to use a low jab, whatever it may be. So Miari's annoying, but I think that's by design. But the annoyingness is not on the level of like a Victor, not on the level of a Huo, not on the level of an Anna, because the counterplay is a lot more reasonable. So Miari is you just got to hit the lab on that one. The only plus frame is her while rising 2-1. And I think while rising 2-1, you can punish that too on block. I think it's minus 13. If that's the right move. Oh, while running. Oh, yeah, you're right. But like the while running has clear counterplay too. You can duck that, right? Or you can even step that. So there's clear counterplay, and it's reasonable counterplay. So it's not too bad. All right, Devil Jin. Devil Jin is an incredibly annoying character to fight against. Very, very annoying, but there's counterplay, and it's reasonable. It took me a long time to realize that the shackle, if you duck it, you have enough time to go in and punish still. He's very minus. Devil Jin in this game requires you to be annoying to win. So I think once you understand and just accept that, it becomes easier to deal with him. If you are legit just stepping, being wary of the shackle, because the shackle will clip you stepping. Don't fear Hell Sweep as much. I guess the biggest piece of advice that I could give you, because Devil Jin was high on my I don't fuck with this character list for the longest time, is just, this is his design. He's going to be annoying. And you enter with that frame of mind. And a lot of the times I found myself dealing with dealing with Devil Jin players way better when I just stay calm and when I don't engage with the BS. So what that means is if they want to be wave dashing all over the place, moving like it's grand finals of Evo, and I just choose to play simple, move when I need to move, be very intentional with my movement, be very intentional with the moves I throw out, I'll most likely win. Because I think Devil Jin players, to their credit, recognize how volatile he is and recognize that they have to kind of get in your head to beat you. If you don't let them do that and you just kind of stay calm and you understand the very clear strengths but also the very clear weaknesses he has, you'll be all right. All right, moment of truth. So before I put my mains in here, I want to go through this whole list and order it properly, okay? I don't think King should be at the top of A tier, but he should be high up there. I want to say Dragunov goes up here. But Dragunov is definitely a character where like the pilot is it's contingent on the pilot, but his tools are very good. I want to put Jin higher too. Nah, because you know what, King's mental stack of throws, down forward 2-1, not having more frames to confirm. Essentially, people being able to let it rip a lot easier. That Jaguar dash heat ender is nonsense. Muscle armor, still, I don't know how to fix muscle armor. It's just to me, King as a grappler shouldn't have that good counter hit utility, but I think that's Woe should go higher. Okay, let's put Elisa here. That is true. King, also King's Oki game is really good. How did I not mention that? He has, I want to say it's forward 4, the homing mid kick that can catch you on wake up. And then he has the ground throws in case you want to stay down. But I regularly, like whenever I know I have to fight King, I'll usually use Lee. Just because I have access to 1+2. I think Elisa's fair there because Elisa still is very strong. And you have to take little risks for a lot of reward. Whoring, I think, is fine there because Whoring... Yeah, but then at that point, it's like, do you want to risk the ground throws? Do you want to risk some of his other, you know, Oki tools that he has? I think Whoring should stay there. Yeah, it's just because of the addition of that move that they added in Season 2 where the low, it just, his biggest weakness was getting in. And now he can get in. And so many of his moves, like, when I really went to the lab and labbed him, it was astonishing how many frame traps he can produce. Because even on block, he's super plus sometimes. Lydia's busted. A very simple game plan, and in heat just becomes unmanageable to deal with. Jin is just simplified. I feel like Eddie needs to go a little higher. Bleo, Steve. You know what? We can... Because Shaheen is strong, but it's just you don't see a lot of them. I would bump up Lily here. Because Lily just eats linear characters for breakfast. Oh, I didn't even talk about this. I don't know. How did I forget about her back turn hell sweep? That move makes Oki even more miserable fighting against Lily. Feisty Rabbit's not too hard when they're just trying to scare you with it. That back turn hell sweep, though, is a problem. Nah, I think that's fair to leave her there. Yoshi can stay there because, again, I think Yoshi... Is Yoshi more of a problem than the characters above there? More than Shaheen, I would say. Lars, you just got to learn the matchup, but he's still nonsense. I will say, I think Heihachi should go a little hot, just because of Warrior's Instinct. Yeah, Paul should go a little lower, because Paul, the pilot, really has to work. Feng should go a little higher. Yeah, his offense can be really oppressive for sure. It's just, I'm thinking, like, his lows are not too good. And the stack that he applies of just, like, I can't let this guy get in a heat. I can't let him get in a heat. I can't let him get in a heat. I think Raven. I think Raven's fine there. June, just you don't have to respect her too much. Fuck. Okay, the only one where I'm a little torn is Reyna. Yeah. I mean, you just have to duck the second one if the first one clips you. And a lot of his stuff can be beat by sidestepping. Like the stance where he steps on the ground. You can beat a lot of stuff with sidewalk, right duck. I mean sidestep, right duck. But Reyna is really where I'm... Because I feel like this is pretty fair. Because I know people would say that Reyna needs more... But I don't really struggle that much against her. What do y'all think? Do y'all think Reyna needs to be higher or not? I would love, like, if Mackie was here, like a Reyna player, to kind of give me some perspective. Yeah, that's true when she can snowball, but, like, if you learn how to stop the snowballing, it's, like, forward 2, you can jab a lot of things. Let's put... Because I'm thinking, like... True, if they do get that transition, that's... You're right. I'd rather fight Falk than I would fight Reyna. No, I don't know. I don't think she's stronger than June. Okay. All right, we'll leave it at that, and we'll do another revision after we go through B and then add my mains. Jack. Who is the best character out of here? I want to say Azu. I don't know, though. Jack has a full throw game. No, but he can't step. He's slow, too. You know what, Kulak? I think you're right. I think we might have to put the Bears. Because the Bears are still pretty good, but I think it's more contingent on the pilot using them. Kaz is better than Jack. This is where it's tricky. I think Miari probably here. I might be downplaying Azu a little too much, though. Because she does have... But again, that's a knowledge check. Like, if you don't know that she can, like, auto-parry lows... I feel like... I don't know. What do y'all think? Do y'all think I'm downplaying Azu? And again, for the folks that see Lee and AK down there, don't worry. They're gonna be put in there, all right? I want to do them last because I want to try to be as transparent and as unbiased as possible. I don't know, man. Azu's good, but I don't see her as that much of a threat. I definitely would be more scared of the bears than I would of Azu. I'd be more scared of Kaz, because usually Kaz pilots are out of their mind. Jack too, because I know if you're playing Jack at a high level, you got to be knowing what you're doing because you don't have a step. Do I think Miari is better than Azu? I think that's the real question. I mean, I don't know, man. Miari has also got, like, lemurs and shit. And, like, the powers of Ogre. I think I'm just going to leave it at... Yeah, she got 100% coffee. They really dropped the ball with her rage art. It would have been cool if, like, she, like, smashed a pot of coffee over your head or something in her rage art. Although that would probably be way too violent and messed up for a T-rated game, but I digress. Xiaoyu, I think... Xiaoyu is just... You just gotta learn the matchup. Leroy's... I would say that Leroy's stronger than Xiaoyu, though. And then Devil Jin, I think it's fair to... Well... Yeah, I think that's fair. All right, moment of truth. Well, let's do one last set of revisions, and then we'll go into my mains. Anna, Brian, Asuka. That's fair. I don't think I want to make any switches up at the S tier. That's fair. A tier, I think, is good. I'm feeling good about my choices up there. You know what? This might upset people, but I think it's fair. I kind of want to put Eddie higher. But it's just because I fought really good Eddies that, like, have very good movement, can KBD super crispy. And the amount of mental stack they apply on you is kind of nuts. But is he stronger than Jin? Yeah, dude, you just named two of the very good Eddie players in SoCal. Pull Up and Potts. And they are not playing scrub Eddie. Jin, though. Jin has everything he needs, though. The only reason Lydia's higher is because Lydia's heat. So Lydia's game plan is very simple to begin with, but then Lydia's heat is what really makes her a nightmare to deal with. Yeah. Because I'm also trying to consider what happens when a very good pilot... Yeah, Potts is really good dude, by the way. Really good dude. It's just... He's very good. Man. No, I think this is pretty fair. Because I'm also trying to, like, keep my dislike of the character out of it. I think this is pretty fair. We'll keep Eddie where he is. Leo is slept on, but I think that's fair. Steve is very strong. Down. You know what? I'm gonna put Heihachi a little higher. Because it is true, his offense is very oppressive. And at the wall, he's a nightmare. Oh, I love this song. Yeah, dude. At the wall, Heihachi's a problem, so... Yeah, I think it's worthwhile. Because I would be more stressed fighting a Yoshi, though, than I would be fighting a Heihachi. Lars... Well, you know what? Feng has better tools. Paul, I think, can... I can see it. But we have to admit, too, that Yoshi, compared to Season 2, is not... He's nowhere near the nightmare he used to be. Like, Flash is a lot easier to deal with. The issue with Yoshi, though, is that if you're too patient trying to read him, you're playing into Yoshi's game plan. So you can't be too idle with Yoshi. Am I being too the one thing I would love y'all's input on is, am I being too generous with Victor? Do you guys think that Victor's too high up there? Because I'm looking at it right now. Like, I'm thinking about Victor from, like, when Victor gets going with his stances, it's very difficult to deal with, especially if he's good at setting up EI out of Perfumer, where he's like super plus. But in neutral, if you're good at stepping, you can beat forward 1+ running. I think it's running 1+2. The knife stab, and then running 2. You can beat those and avoid the stance mix up. But man, Victor is very oppressive. What do y'all think? Do y'all think I'm being too... I'm giving him too... I'm putting too much, like, stock in him? Or do y'all think that's fair? Because I'm also trying to weigh in, weigh my... anger that I have towards the character. Because I think I'm happy with the rest of the list before I put Lee and AK in there. Victor should stay put. Okay. Yeah, because, like, I also really dislike Lily, but I'm also recognizing that Lily, I just need to study her a little more, right? But Victor has been one of the characters outside of Huarang that I've studied the most, and it's still nonsense. Okay, let's see. What about... I think this is fair right here. I think the only big disagreement is just I think people would think that Reyna's too low. You know what? Let's do this. Because, Kulog, you're right. She can become very problematic when she starts snowballing. And that reminds me a little Lars. So I'll put Reyna there. Because Lars is kind of the same thing. Very snowball characters. I think the question is Falk more of a threat than Zafina? Yes, I think so. No. No. Because Jet Kick, he can mix you up with Jet Kick at like a ridiculous range, and that beats a Power Crush. I think that even beats Rage Art. I'm leaving it as is. All right, moment of truth. Where do we put Lee and where do we put AK? Let me preface this with Lee has been my main since the beginning of this game. Lee is someone that I've played since Tekken 2, but I didn't really know what I was doing with him until this Tekken, where I like learned frames and all of that. Lee in Season 1 was eh. Lee in early Season 2 was unplayable. However, there's been a lot of discussion about Lee's, down forward 3+4, his homing heat move that is 16 frames and is 0. I will agree that the move is very powerful. At the wall, too, it is doubly much so powerful. Double, I don't know if I said that right. I conjugated the verb wrong, but it is very good move at the wall. Okay, and a great move that you can kind of throw out without thinking. His other heat move is meh. It's good. I really only use the other heat move. I think it's down 1+2. I only really use that move to get some plus frames. I'll usually go into Hitman, then go into 1+2. So I don't think it's that effective of a move, but yes, down forward 3+4 I think is very strong. Lee still requires you to make a lot of hard reads. I have to really get into my opponent's head to really get the most out of Lee. And also, if I'm fighting a turtle, it's pretty hard. And this is the one thing I want people to really consider before I put them on the tier list, is that this game taught us to play a mix-up style, even if your character is not meant to do that. I, for the longest time, played that kind of style with Lee. Once you understand Hitman stance, Hitman is not really... You don't have to really be scared of it. Dig jab beats a lot of options. Lee, a lot of the times, doesn't enter Hitman with a lot of frame advantage. That really makes his mix-up scary. Okay? So I think it's still very incumbent on the player to be good. And let me also say this. I've learned a lot of Lee by trial and error because I would just kind of beat my head against the wall in ranked. And I probably grinded ranked way too much. In contrast to just going to the lab, learning things properly, learning matchups properly. And as a result, I've seen how the mix-up style with Lee is not a good idea. I could have probably got into God way sooner if I learned to pilot this character's strengths properly. With that being said, now understanding things a little better, playing Lee is very strong. If you play into his strengths, which are his counter hits. They still require you to make harder reads, though. But I can't deny the fact that he's strong and that he has very strong tools, and with a very good pilot, Lee can do a lot of damage. So, I think Lee belongs in A tier. Where should I put Lee, though, is the question. And before I put him there, I'm going to say that I'm informing myself based on times I've played against very strong Lees. So the person who's been coaching me, Young Lumpia, is a very strong Lee. There's a couple of Lees that I've also fought in ranked that are very good, that they're not trying to unga me. They're not running 3-4 merchants. Just trying to get plus frames to then mix me up. They're the ones that are observing my patterns. They're throwing down forward ones. Oh, agree. Lee is far better than Falk. So they're the type of players that they're trying to get into my head. So then when I press, they blow me up with Lee's counter hits, which are some of the best in the game. So considering that, I would say Lee is... I don't think Lee is better than these characters. Although he does do really well against Lily. I think better than Yoshi. No. Better than Heihachi. No, although the matchup against Heihachi is a pretty favorable one for Lee. Feng has better tools. And in close-up range, you can't mess with Feng. And he also has really good evasive tools. Shaheen has better... I think he has better neutral. Lars? I'm gonna put Lee there. Because I think he's stronger than these characters. Lars, though, I don't know. Because Lee really shines when you understand when you really like pick up on your opponent's timing, when you pick up on their tendencies, and when you get them to press. You were thinking of tying with Shaheen. I can see that too. I think the placement is fair, but I'm really like Lee. If I were to fight Reina, I would definitely pick Lee because he has quick counter hits that can beat a lot of things. I wouldn't use AK. I mean, Lee. You know what? I think he's above Lars because I can counter hit. I can use a counter hits against Lars pretty easy once I pick up on the timing. Shaheen. I mean, if you understand, because a lot of Shaheens like to step. So then they can get access to that La Machina move, or I don't know what command it is. It's a sidestep move that... Alright, I'm going to keep it right here, and then after AK. Alright, AK is tough. Because I will say this. Picking up AK required me to learn a lot more fundamentals. And required me to understand spacing. Because AK has a lot of really good spacing tools. His movement is also far superior to Lee's. I found myself after I got AK to... the first run was to get AK to Tekken King. And when I went back to Lee, I found myself getting clipped a lot more than I did with AK because AK can step a lot more things. So... Also, his pokes are very good, but Lee, I think, has some better pokes. Because Lee has a down forward one that at least tracks a little bit. AK doesn't track at all. AK's throw game is really good. The only thing that's missing, but I think it would make it unfair, is if he had a two-break throw that had the same two hands going forward animation, then at that point he would be broken. But his throw game is very good. The fact that he has a wave dash is huge too, because you can mix up in neutral. Once you learn the execution, you can mix up, forward 2, which is a counter hit launcher. You could mix that with forward neutral 2, which is a low that goes into stance. Yeah, if we had a 2-break grab, then AK would be broken. Because then that's a true 3-way throw mix-up. You can still telegraph it because he throws out the right arm with Tombstone or with the headbutts. But I will say this, AK's biggest weakness, and this is something that Lee has coverage for because he has arguably the best homing move in the game in 1+2, is AK gets eaten alive by characters with good steps, if you're not aware of them. Because really what you have to combat that is you have down 4, which is risky still, because if that's blocked, you're getting launched. You can also use forward 3, but you can duck that because it's a high, and at high level people are sidestepping, ducking everything. Back 3-4, you can use that, but that's slower. It's a mid. You can also wave dash a line, but that's execution, and you have to be good at like being able to like throw out your wave dash at the right moment. Yeah. But also, I can't lie, in Heat, AK has really good tools and his throws become homing, which I'm not a fan. I used to complain about King because of homing throws, and even as AK, I'm like, yo, this is cheap. And then the only saving grace for what's the homing move that AK has? I want to say it's down back 2-1. You can step that still. Also, you can punch parry it if you have a punch parry. But it is very good, and I always find myself in heat spamming it, especially near a wall, because I'm hoping it'll wall splat. I think also sidestep 2 is a little OP. I think it should be more punishable if blocked. Because also, think about it like this. It's also like a mix-up. You start noticing that they're ducking your steps, then what's available to you? Sidestep 4. Sidestep 4 is also full combo. Yeah. And also, sidestep 2 has a lot of utility. You could do wall standing 2. My favorite is I like to do sidestep 2 into giant swing. They start breaking that, then I'll do Hades drop, or I'll do ISW, I'll do Shining Wizard. They start breaking those, you have wall standing 2 there for full combo. If they mash, if they don't mash, you can do you could do while rising or while standing 3 hit confirm the 1 if the first one hits. And this is difficult. Oh, dude, Kulog, you need to get on that. While standing 2 into throws is really good. I mean, sidestep 2 into throws is very good. And they're not going to be expecting it. And you could treat it as a mix-up because that's what I like to do. I like to do sidestep 2 into throws. And then when they start reacting to the throws because they're going to duck, then you hit them with your mids. And your mids are really good. This is hard because Lee. Trust, dude. Go into practice mode. I saw there was a really good AK player that I fought, and that's where I stole the tech from. Sidestep 2 into giant swing, and also you can buffer the giant swing while you're in there, so it comes out really quick. They start breaking that, then you can go into Hades drop. If you're closer to a wall, I would go with ISW. You just got to practice to get the ISW to, because it's easier to telegraph because you have to do 3 forward inputs, right? But if you can learn how to do the blue spark, then you get a wall splat. Then they start, most players, what they'll start doing is they'll start ducking, or if they're really good, they'll just immediately start sidestep ducking. Once they start sidestep ducking, throw out while rising 3. Because it's somewhat, with an asterisk, somewhat tracks. And then you can, and I say somewhat because sometimes it tracks, sometimes it doesn't. I haven't been able to really lab it properly to like fully understand it. But while standing 3, 1 is a great way, and then if you're near a wall, you get a wall splat. But if they don't do sidestep duck, you can just start doing, out of sidestep 2, you can start doing forward 3. And that's homing, so it'll stop them from stepping, and you'll get plus frames. If not, you may have to just cancel out of the crouching animation and do back 3 forward to do the full homing in mid to stop them. I would recommend that against a character like Lily. Okay, this is difficult because I really want to... And I'm trying to be unbiased here, too. Would back 3-4 be another option? Yeah, back 3-4 is good, but you're going to lose some frames because you have to cancel out of the crouch animation. And then back 3-4, I think, is 20 frames in contrast to the 17 frames that forward 3 is. I haven't been able to figure out really a good option to stop like sidestep duckers. The only one that I found that is somewhat good is wall rising 3, and then you hit confirm the 1. I think this is a perfect song, by the way. For it, like, do y'all, any of y'all recognize the song? Up one still tracks. It's iffy, man. It's iffy. I've had it whiff on me. If up one tracked both ways, though, homie would be S tier. Alright, I'm gonna do it this way. I'm gonna think about it from the perspective of, like, I'm gonna look at all of the characters in A because I think he belongs in A at least. I can't really make an argument for him being in B. Is he scarier than Dragunov? No. Is he scarier than King? I wish he was, but he's not. Is he scarier than Alyssa? No. Is he scarier than Whoa? No. Is he scarier than Lydia? No. Is he scarier than Jin? No. Is he scarier than Eddie? No. Leo? No. Steve? No. Victor? Now we're getting somewhere. Because AK in neutral has good tools, but I think it's more incumbent on the pilot, so I would say no. Lily eats AK for lunch, unless you're very hyper vigilant of when she steps. Yoshi can stop AK from getting going. You know what? I want to put AK above Heihachi. Because AK has more ways to open you up than Lee does. I could say that it's because also AK has really good movement. Very good movement. Okay. I'm going to say right here, because Warrior's Instinct is a huge part of why Heihachi's good. Not a huge, but a very significant part. Fang has very good tools as well. Yeah, and his counter hit utility is very good too. I think that's fair. All right. I think I'm happy with this list. This is a democracy for in this instance. Do any of y'all kind of disagree or want to chime in? I think this is pretty fair. I feel like I may be putting June a little too low now that I think of it. Because that laser's a big deal in that install. Let's put... Yeah, because they all have clear weaknesses. But I will say this. Everyone in this game is OP. If you work hard, you can make any character viable. Some less than others. I think some of these characters can be piloted by someone that just picks up the game. But I honestly believe that any character you pick, you can make work as long as you're willing to put in the work. Yeah, yeah. So let's take a look from the S tiers. Just one last revision. So if y'all got any opinions, please let them know now. Let them be known now. Before we make this a final tier list. Anna, fair. I think that's undisputed #1 in the game. Brian, Brian, maybe you can make an argument that Asuka's stronger, but Brian is just because the pilot still has to work, but the pilot has very good tools to work with. Asuka is really good rushdown, also really good defensive tools. Nina, poke god. Egregious plus frames at times, but the pilot still has to work with her. Law, busted. Heat regeneration needs to go. Wall carry's too good. Once you learn how to deal with DSS, the pressure is alleviated, but he still has really good tools. Claudio, very easy to pilot. Has very solid tools as well. At the wall is a nightmare to deal with. It's kind of like, I think you've heard from so many other content creators that Claudio, at the wall, you give him his heat smash because the other options are just as scary. Or if not even more scary. Clive has counterplay, but with Clive, you're really just trying to look at what the pilot does. You can't respect, you have to respect him, actually. But if you respect him too much, he runs over you. Clive is just busted. I think Drag is the undisputed tier, like, king of the A tiers. King. That's fair to keep King there. Oh, how did we forget about Claudio's Spirit Gun? I kind of feel like Elisa can... I don't see that many Elisas, but I know the danger that she's capable of. Like, the nonsense she's capable of, so I kind of want to keep her there. Quo deserves to be up there. Eddie is slept on, so I'm cool keeping Eddie up there. Leo is slept on. Steve is slept on. No, Steve is just... Poor guy has had his... I didn't know Moya played Elisa. I kind of feel like I'm maybe unfair towards Victor because I just dislike him so much, but also, like, I think we can all admit that Victor's stance mix-ups are kind of nonsense. Lily, it's really just your step. That back turn hell sweep is really problematic too. And even after you understand the matchup, you can still get caught. Yoshi, I think, is fine where he is. Hey, I think is fine where he is. AK... Yeah, AK's fine. Fang is... You know, I'm going to put Fang higher. Lars is good. Reina could probably be higher, but personally, I just don't see it. I just need to get better with the matchup. Paul is strong, but the pilot needs to be good. Raven is just a matchup, a serious matchup, like a knowledge check, but he's got very good tools too. Well, decent tools. I would say decent tools. His keep out is also super underrated. You know what? June is definitely better than... I would put June there. Because again, June, you don't have to be cracked to play June. You can somewhat pick up the game and figure her out. Oh, also, how did I forget about this? June has that godlike mid button that goes into stance. Okay, June may have to go higher. I forgot about that button. Yeah, June needs to go higher. Because June also has an ease of getting into stance. She can get into, what is it, Izumo? There's the one string where you have an opportunity to duck. And then there's the one where it's just one hit and she goes right into stance. And then that God button that can hit you from like range 2, range 3 or whatever. So yeah, how could I forget about that? June needs to go higher. Let's put June here. because I do believe Steve has more going for him than June. Paul's fine. Raven I think is in a good spot. Fox in a good spot. Zafina's in a good spot. Because Zafina, main thing with Zafina is her stances are not too bad once you learn how to deal with them. It's just all of her Azazel stuff is really busted, and I don't think she loses enough life for, like, summoning a freaking god. Like, while Miari has, like, god powers too, they're not, like, ridiculously wild, like, Azazel's powers. And the bears are good. I know Kaz is a very controversial one because I think some people will say that Kaz is should go higher, but I just can't. The Jack player needs to be good to beat you. Miari has clear counterplay. I would say that, like, Miari and, like you said, Kulog, I think Miari and Azu are kind of interchangeable, so to speak. It's just becoming comfortable with Azu's stances. And sometimes just, like, when you see her in crouching, just probably a safe bet to duck. Well, no, she has that launcher. Because you also, I'm more worried about that low that she has that goes into stance, the spinning one that they gave her this season. All right, I think this is it. I think this is pretty fair. Yeah, I'm feeling good about this. So, before we wrap this up, I'm just going to go into a little bit of practice mode. I've just been refining AK, but because I don't really feel like playing ranked anymore. But I want to preface this before I finalize this that I've been playing for 2 years. And I also recognize that, like, as I've been labbing, I'm realizing that there is a mountain of knowledge I still have to accumulate in them. So take this with that context that I've only been playing for 2 years. However, in those 2 years, I played more than 20,000 matches in ranked. I've gotten 2 characters to GOD. I've gotten 2 characters that I think most folks would argue that take work, which are AK and Lee. So I think I have a decent grasp on things, but also I don't have, like, the level of knowledge that, like, FDX or Main Man, even the buff guy, who I greatly respect his knowledge on the game. I don't have that level of knowledge because he's actually actively been labbing the characters in the remainder of Season 2. So I'd say take it with a grain of salt with that context, right? But I think if you kind of want to get an idea of what someone who's new to the franchise, someone who's new to taking fighting games seriously but has taken that step to take them seriously, I hope this is an accurate representation of that. And as always, I think it's also one thing that Tekken has taught me a lot is that I can always learn and I can always grow, right? A lot of the perceptions, like if you were to ask me to make a tier list a year in, obviously some of these characters wouldn't exist, but my perspective would have been greatly different. I would have probably put Lars in S tier because I struggled so much against that matchup and I just strongly disliked the design of the character. I would have probably put June in S tier. I would have probably put Huo in S tier. I would have put Devil Jin in S tier. But after labbing and obtaining that level of knowledge, I'm like, oh, it's just, they're not that bad. They're just annoying. So yeah, guys, that's it. I'm feeling good. Only little bit of trepidation I have is about Reyna. I feel like I'm downplaying her a little too much. I feel like Kaz may be controversial. And I think just because I main Lee and AK, I think people may be critical. But I'm trying my hardest to be honest about the characters. Because if it was up to me, and I didn't have to be unbiased whatsoever, I would have put them at the bottom of B tier, but, but I think everyone has that kind of relationship with their mains where they take a very me versus the world mentality, when in reality, like, I have to admit, AK is privileged in certain areas, so is Lee. Alright, let me screenshot this. I don't feel comfortable downloading this. This was fun, though. I really dreaded making a tier list because, like, the reason I prefaced it and said all of those things right now is because even though I'm a small content creator right now, I still feel like my voice has some weight. And the last thing I want to do is put out an uninformed opinion that'll then sway people to think a certain way. So that's the reason that I'm being very transparent about, like, yo, I have X amount of years of experience, X amount of matches. So please consider that when looking at this tier list. But I also think it's very valid for me, given the level of experience that I have, to share what I think with that context. And I to be honest, I kind of wish that more content creators did that. I think when you've played and you've competed and you've done great things like FDX, I don't think that's necessary, because I think everyone kind of understands how good FDX is, or understands how good someone like the buff guy is, how good someone like I don't know, main man is. But if this is your first Tekken, or if this is or if you haven't even hit GOD, or even, because I think, in my opinion, I think real Tekken begins like around Tekken God. That's where you really have to start. Like, the knowledge checks won't really get you that far, but I think it's important for people to understand that, like, their voice carries some weight. And with that being said, you have to be cognizant that this may sway people certain directions, right? But there you go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna... How have you not hit Tekken God, dude? I thought you were Tekken God by now. But also, I don't blame you if you don't want to play ranked. Ranked right now is terrible to play. Well, look, I'll be frank too. Let's have this conversation right now, because I think it's a really important one to have. Ranked is really just a stress test at the end of the day. There are a lot of cheaters in ranked. I didn't want to believe it at first, but there's a lot of instances where you'll be fighting a match. It feels like you're fighting a completely different person in the first match, and then the second match, all of a sudden, they're ducking everything, godlike movement, they're parrying everything. So that's a very real issue. Another thing, too, is while they said they fixed ranked from Season 1, in my opinion, it makes no sense for someone to have 230k prowess and have to fight someone that's on their 34th side character, fighting someone who's barely making that climb for the first time. So I don't want to backpedal, because I do think rank matters, but also I don't blame someone if someone doesn't want to engage in that, because I don't think rank is optimal. Ranked is optimized to where it needs to be. But I do think if you're trying to, I don't know, it's a mixed bag right now, because Season 2 was just so bad. Yeah, and you will. I think this is just my perspective based on my experience, is that blue ranks are where you start to learn matchups somewhat. No, okay, blue ranks is where you optimize your flowcharts. Tekken King is when you have to start really understanding matchups to remove the mental stack from yourself, because a lot of the times you're guessing unnecessarily, and that gets you popped. Tekken Emperor is where you have to start tightening things up. And then once you reach Tekken God, that's where your matchup knowledge has to at least be somewhat decent. And you have to start playing tighter in terms of, like, I'm not just throwing random buttons. I'm not throwing hero moves out. So, like, I'm not throwing, like, you know, moves with, like, 30 frame startups randomly. Like, everything has to be intentional. And then at Tekken God Supreme is where you're really starting to play, like, high level stuff. Depending on the character, you can still kind of get away with some Unga there. And then at GOD, that's where, like, stuff starts to get real, because you're, like, rubbing shoulders with God 1, God 2, God 3 players. But I do think rank matters. But also, I can understand someone not wanting to grind because, like, yo, it's a detriment to your mental health. I think you can ask anyone across the board, and grinding ranked right now is a painful experience. That's why I haven't been able... That's why I have no... I mean, sometimes I get an inkling to want to go for God 1. And I know it's doable, but it's like, do I want to put myself through that? And the answer is no. Absolutely not. I have more gray hairs on my beard because of ranked. And I think with the rank reset coming up, what I've just been doing and what we'll do shortly is I've just been going into practice mode and trying to hammer my execution. I'm trying to, like, master my wave dashes into moves, trying to get my throws to come out with blue sparks, trying to labs different situations. And then I highly recommend this to folks, and it was actually young Lumpia who gave me this advice, is that a really good way to study matchups and study defense is to use Ghost Battle. You can, what I've done is I've gone in a Ghost Battle and I went to the leaderboard first. And then in the leaderboards, I found the best players for each character, and I just downloaded their ghosts. I also recommend that, like, you download Lee Mishima's ghosts, because for some reason Lee Mishima's ghosts are very aggressive. And it's a great way to, like, feel like you're fighting against a real person. But the ghosts give you an opportunity to, like, you know, play in a somewhat live situation. But, like, you're learning, like, okay, I need to step right here. I need to step right here. While, like, if you're playing in ranked or even quick match, like, you're fighting someone who wants to, like, you know, take your head off. And you don't have, like, the only thing I could compare it to is if you ever wrestled in high school or something like that, we would do this thing called live wrestling, where we would go hard, right? But the goal of the live wrestling was not to win. It was to practice situations under controlled stress. And I think I think ghost battles are, like, the best option for that, outside of, you know, hitting a cab with a training buddy where you both are agreeing to, yo, we're going to go hard, but I want to get better. And in ranked and quick match, you don't really have that opportunity, because both of you are trying to take each other's heads off. In quick match, there's not as much pressure, but people are still trying to win, right? But if you either have a labbing partner, which I think is really the best solution, yeah, it's like a light sparring session. But if you go into, like, ghost match, I mean, really, like I said, having a sparring partner I think is your best option. Like, if you have a group of friends and they're all mains on different characters, you can go into the practice mode, which I highly recommend, the dojo area inside the lounge, and you can just work on situations with them. You can ask them what's their thought process behind this move, what's their thought process behind neutral, what's their thought process behind this stance. But if you don't have that, Ghost Battle is really good, because especially if you pick up the ghosts from, like, the best players, they're going to be doing fairly optimal stuff. Now, I will say they're not going to be doing optimal combos because the AI hasn't gotten to the point where they're, like, adapting in live time. But you're going to get a lot of optimal scenarios, and you're going to have the opportunity to practice. And if you lose, so what? You lost to a freaking ghost. Your rank isn't on the line. Your pride isn't on the line. It's just you're practicing. So I highly recommend that instead of, like, grinding ranked right now. However, if you have the time and you have the mental fortitude and it means something to you, I think that's really important. I don't want to downplay someone saying, like, there's too many people saying, oh, rank doesn't matter. No, it does. But you can't fault someone for not wanting to make that commitment if, A, they got a lot going on or they don't want to deal with that stress because right now it's not optimal. But yeah, that's a really good metaphor, Kulog. That applies to, like, when you're doing boxing and karate, you're sparring, but, like, you don't see, like, Canelo sparring with someone and trying to take their head off. Canelo, or ex-boxer, is just trying to practice situations so in a live fight, they're more prepared to handle those situations. All right, let's fire up Tekken. And Kulog, if you want to stick around, I can actually show you some setups that I've been working on. For some reason, I can't get it set up properly. Whatever. We'll keep it there. Alrighty. Streamers Fight Night. Is it are you watching Chloe? I think Chloe, she has the Chloe Cup on Saturdays. Different one. Yeah, I really only watch GM and Chloe. Oh, that's another thing I highly recommend. So I used to suck on P2. I mean, I'm still not good. I feel like I'm barely getting there. But I remember losing in RPS, so a rock paper scissors at a tournament, and I would have to play on P2. That would usually mean I would lose because I'm so used to playing on P1 with Lee. But with AK, I forced myself to only play on P2, and it's helped a ton. So if you're struggling with that, just pick a main. And if you're picking like a Mishima or AK who has Mishima-like tools, super handy because that way you can learn your wave dash on this side. Yeah, because if you can learn it on P2, on P1 it's really easy. Because if you're left-handed, it's, you know, it's going to be pretty easy to just do things naturally if you've learned it on your non-dominant side. So let me show you the setup. So you just got to be good at inputting it. Hold on, I'm not warmed up. But after side step 2, you just go right into giant swing. And they won't expect it a lot of the times because, you know, they're not expecting you to kind of throw there. It's just difficult. Like, the one thing I found is, like, what's happening now. If I don't input it correctly, wall rising 1 comes out. See? Now, for some reason, I can't land it. There it is. And then if they start breaking that with the 1 break, you just do Hades drop. if it were to come out. There, Hades drop. That's a 1+2 break. Or ISW is a lot harder to do because you're in the canceling animation. You're in the crouching animation. But if you time it, you can also do ISW. But you're losing frames because, again, you have to cancel out of that animation. So really, giant swing or Hades drop are good. Also, another thing too is so you're probably used to like going into stance after Bad Jaguar after running neutral. I mean forward neutral too. But if you just don't go into stance, one thing I like to do too is I like to just do throws after that. You're +5, so you can if they swing, they're gonna get caught, right? And the fastest thing they could throw is a jab, so that's a high. So you're gonna throw them, right? Nah, dude. Forward, neutral 2 is really good, and you have to. The one thing I will say about AK, and I should have said this during the tier list, is I went to, what's his name, Armor King 21 TV. Really good Armor King. He's like knows everything about AK. He was reacting to FDX's video where he said that AK is overpowered. And I said in the chat, like, I think AK creates this illusion that he's OP because you have to use so much of his moves to make him good. So it's not that AK has an overpowered kit, it's that you have to use the whole kit to properly use him. And to properly like adapt and like advance from like layer 1, layer 2 to even layer 3 at times. Like I can't just do the same things over and over again because that's what's gonna get me popped. Clear example. I tend to flowchart this. To flowchart sorry. I'm still getting used to talking and playing at the same time. I tend to flowchart this. Most AKs will most players will expect the low, right? If I keep doing this, I'm gonna get either I'm gonna get low parry to death, right? So what does that mean? I have to do the power crush. I have to do the stunner. See, I'm doing it again. I'm flowcharting. Ay, ay, ay. I have to do the stunner. I have to do this. You have to use all of AK's tools to like really make them viable. But yeah, this move is so good. And if you land it, you're +8 and you go into stance. So like that makes this uninterruptible. Also, this move is super slept on. Hold on. The headbutt. If he blocks it, you're +5 in their face. If it hits, you're +12. So you can do a throw mix up if you want. Or you can do back. Let me do it. This is guaranteed. I don't know if it comes out in time, though, because I think you're in a crouching animation. Let's try it. Because then that's just mix up to mix up. It doesn't say that it's a... But... according to the frames, it should be guaranteed. Also, the throws are really good. You can do a crouch grab. See, I still don't... Oh, yeah, there you go. You can do a crouch grab. That's even better. I don't really use the throws out of BJ, though. Because you get less damage. And this one is good at the wall, but it creates too much distance, so you can't really follow up. And even at the wall, let's take it on the wall. Even at the wall, it does like what Anna's... I don't remember the name of the move. But... Oh, also, by the way, this is a good way that I've gotten good at wave dashing. I would just go on Yakushima this stage, or I would go to the Coliseum, and I would just try to wave dash them wall to wall. Because either way, like if I'm just like chilling on the computer watching stuff, like might as well just like practice. So this throw, it creates too much space, so you can't even really follow up, see? One thing I will say though is that, man, is that at the wall, let's get him back there. I know there's a way to like skip to the wall, but I just want to get my practice in. At the wall, what's been really cool is learning Hades drop setups. So again, you want to treat it like a mix-up, right? If people are expecting Tombstone, or they're expecting, well, you wouldn't really do Giant Swing at a wall because then it takes the wall pressure away, but Hades drop splats them again, so you can do this. Not DDT. Dang it. But Hades drop splats them in a way where I'm still trying to figure out what to do. And I always try to do Waivu into stuff just to get used to it. Let's try to splat him. Dang Claudio. Okay. You can also mount. And then from here, I like to Giant Swing on Wake Up. So resplat them at the wall. But yeah, see, because I'm pretty good on P2, my wave dash on P1 is not bad at all. It's pretty crispy. Yeah, Hades drop front split. Yeah, exactly. So if you are facing the wall and their back is on the wall, Hades drop is a good option. I mean, I think the best option, though, is just ISW. Because on Wake Up, you can just do a Wake Up kick. You have to do it quick, and then you could resplat them. What else? Oh, also, this is goated. So Lumpia was the one who actually showed me this. So I'm sure you've had the experience of you get a heat engage, you'll go for a throw, but they duck. So let's set it to auto duck. I think I'm doing this correctly. Yeah, so Lumpia showed me this. I just have to heat engage. All right, we'll just do this the old-fashioned way. So he got this from, what's his name? Very good AK player, Doma. Doma, what he does is on heat engage, see how you can crouch? And even on heat engage, you can start crouching, and it makes it look like you're going to go into crouch, right? So just go into crouch to make them think that you're going to go low or you're going to go mid. You can still ISW. You can still Giant Swing. See? Now, let's say they're actually being real, or the really good players, they know how to fuzzy duck. So what you could do is you could also just do this for your mid. Full crouch 2. And you get full combo. But you have to get used to always faking them out with this. So you just got to practice that. And while you're heat dashing, you can still buffer inputs. So you see on the commands I tried, I just didn't do it right. But you can do Giant Swing. And then let's say for whatever reason they're being really good and they're just like mixing up their responses to the heat engage. Let me fake it out. You can do forward, forward, neutral too, and get low, go low and get plus frames. So it's really just conditioning yourself to ducking, or to like kind of sell that you're gonna go low. And it is wild. So in ranked, or even in quick match, it happens to me all the time, where they're just so used to ducking. But the fact that I like fake out, so when I would typically throw throws after heat engage, they would always duck, right? But now that I'm selling this, I'm doing the same exact thing, but it's working because they're not I'm already applying some heat like some mental stack on them. I'm doing the same thing. It's just I'm selling it. And then if they actually want to start ducking, this move's waiting for them. Or you can also do this. If they don't, let's say they're breaking your throws, right? But they're not ducking. See, I have to get into the habit of doing it. You always want to sell it. Then you do forward, forward, neutral too. So this mix-up is super important, because this is always where because the other thing that I would do is like, oh, they're ducking, I'm gonna hop kick them, but they block it. You're minus, what is it, minus 13? It's punishable, right? You don't want to do that. So I would also highly recommend you practice this and just sear it in your brain, because I spent too much time not doing this, and the amount of results that I've seen and people not like eating my throws has been astounding. I'm doing the exact same thing. I'm just selling the heat engage. I'm making them think that I'm going to go low. Also, this is pretty good, but this is more if like you get an idea that they're mashing. And it's just really just because the move looks cool. Is wall rising too. You can also do that. What else have I been working on? Oh, dark upper. I used to do this combo, but it's not as effective. Hold on. Like, it only works sometimes in matches. And then you do the Oki. But just double dark upper into the knee, and then you do your combo. I think works well. Oh, also, I found this secret to dark upper, because you can do 3 in a row. It's just you have to be precise. See, I'm not even landing it all the time. There it is. Is like while doing triple dark upper looks cool, you get the same, like practically the same amount of damage from just doing the counter hit knee. And it's easier. Oh, another really important thing. So Oki is something that it is wild how like you can get so far in this game without learning basic things. Armor King has really good Oki. And a lot of it is centered around this. You always want to land this, which is essentially giant swing in the air. Yeah, I don't think it's worth it to learn I think it's good to learn triple dark upper just to learn like the buffer window, because all this teaches you is like where you need to land the first forward input so that the dark uppers land, right? But in terms of damage, let's find out. So let's see how much triple dark upper gives you. Man, I'm pretty consistent, but there we go. Okay, so 96. Now let's see what it's like with the knee. $94, so it's only 2 more damage. And I had to learn this the hard way because I was doing this version. which gives you a good amount of damage, but it's not as consistent. And it's like, do I want to be leaving damage on the table just for 2 points? Not really. Like, if it gave me 10 more, yeah, the reset. Yeah, it gives you a reset, but it's not consistent. And it's hard. Like, your time, what I've noticed, these 2 dark uppers have to be, like, very frame tight in order to get the reset. And then also, I think if they roll out or they do certain, like a certain wake up, it doesn't work. So because it's not consistent, I'd rather just stick to this one because it, you know, in the heat of the moment, I'll know I'll get it. And then if you're not near a wall, you always want to finish with this because Muscle Driver, or whatever the hell it's called, gives you the best Oki in the game is when their head is facing you and they're facing they're facing the ground, because then that gives you guaranteed shoulder if they try to wake up. So another good thing too is let's have Claudio do his sidestep 4, and I'll show you. This will change the way you see parries. Okay. So AK has a really good combo out of parry using Lariat, but if you get good at this, you can set up an Oki situation at the end that essentially will give you really good damage if you take the right guess, so to speak. Because in that Oki situation, you can do shoulder, so that's if they get up. You can do stomps if they choose to stay down or if they side roll. You can do it's risky. You can also, if you notice that they're rolling and they're gonna stay on the ground, you could do down back 3, but that's risky because if they get up and block, you're getting launched. Or you can also do ground throws. So let me show you. Let's have Claudio do his parry, do the first lariat, 3 lariats, and then do muscle driver. And then if he gets up, you got practically close to 80 damage off of a parry. If you do the shoulder route and he got up. But you can also do... But you just have to get good at using your lariat and practicing that. He stays down, you do that. Let's set the Oki to player. Where do you set it? I think we have to set it on offense. Player wake up. Let's just... Is there a way to just tell him to stay down? Not set. So then, will he stay down? Oh, I didn't set it. There. Let's find out. Ah, I didn't get it. Dang it. Now my execution is getting sloppy. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, now it's not coming out. But anyways, you get my point. So yeah, learning how to do that is really good because of the Oki situations that it sets up. All right, Claudio, do it again. And there's other ways you can set it up. Like, I like to always use it as my combo ender. Yeah, we should have just done it the simpler way. Alright, so now he's supposed to stay down, right? No? I have to do a deep dive into this. But, yeah, man. This is another thing that I'm getting better at it. But learning how to do forward 2 out of Weiwu. Forward 3 out of Weiwu. Because forward 3 is super good. It's literally what Lee's forward, what was it? Forward 3 used to be. But AK's is way better. Because what I like to do in neutral is mix up forward 2 and forward neutral 2. Make them SSF4 off the punish. Oh, what's up, Lumpia? Legit just, we did a tier list, man. We did a tier list, and then right now we're just drilling some stuff. And then we're going to, those are good options, and Weiwu, it keeps, yeah, that's true. That's something that I know that, Lumpia in particular has been really kind of telling me to zone in on, which is using Weiwu to realign. But that's some big brain shit. Like, I need to get there, like, to be able to, like, identify it. Like, my Weiwu is starting to get more, like, I'm starting to know when to throw it out. Because also, if you just Weiwu in front of people, some people will just jab you out of it. Which is, I think, the right thing to do. Because the last thing you want is, like, a Mishima just wave dashing in your face and you don't know what's going to come out. When a lot of the time, it's just really fake pressure, right? But if you know how to place it, like, if I know how to do it when, like, my opponent's on the ground, then I'm already adding mental stack, right? The next level is like playing a Lily, right? Is I see you're stepping, I'm wave dashing to realign. But we'll get there. We'll get there. But I'm really, like today in the morning, what I really drilled is doing throws out of wave dash. And they're getting solid. Because my tendency is, especially with giant swing, I like to set it up by pressing, you can see the commands on my right hand side over there. I like to set it up by holding forward, then doing the rest of the commands. Because also I play on hitbox. Which makes these commands easier, I will say. But the thing is, if like, especially on that combo that I was doing off of parry, let's do it again. I don't have the time to input that forward to try to get the muscle buster out. I need to be good at just doing the wave dash raw, right? Because I don't have the time to tee it up, so to speak. Let me get it one more time. Nah. Let me just do this one more time and then I'll move on to the next thing. There it is. And then you get a really good Oki situation. Oh, you use a stick, dude? Man, you should talk to Lumpia. You use you're a stick player too, right? I don't know how y'all do it, man. I only use a stick when I play like Marvel vs. Capcom 2, and I'm ass at that game. I just play it because I like playing as Jill. But like, I can't imagine playing stick on Tekken. That's, well, I mean, I'm pretty sure I could learn it, but do I want to learn it? That's another question. But mad respect to y'all. Mad respect. Because that's the way that, like, fighting games started, was with a lever. I thought you played on, Kulak, I thought you played on pad. Yeah, because I remember you playing on pad. But yeah, if there's one person you should be asking for advice on AK, I mean, while you can come to me, I've learned everything from Lumpia. And the dude has very good knowledge of the game overall. So if you ever catch him at our locals, chat with him. Really nice guy too. Alright, so yeah, I think I'm happy for, let me stop Claudio from doing shit. I got to the point where I'm able to do Waivu into Blue Spark ISW, which I'm really proud of. Not just don't pay attention to that one. Or that one. Or that one. Or that one. Or that. Dang it, why isn't the Blue Spark coming out? Because I really want to start mixing up forward, neutral 2 into the low kick. Because this is like the big Papa Pop special. Into giant swing. But then they start ducking it. Or they start breaking the one break. You can do Hades drop. But I want to be able to do ISW in case I'm near a wall. It's just hard because like you have to buffer the timing of the first two because you also don't want to telegraph it. Because if people start seeing you doing a running motion and then a throw, they're going to think, oh, he's trying to ISW. He's trying to Shining Wizard. So I have to get good at telegraphing it. There it is. There's the Blue Spark. I want to be like Jasandi one day, man. Jasandi, legit. I watched his stream last time and he was fighting Ninja Killer. God bless his heart, because Ninja Killer's on just I want to understand what Ninja Killer sees, but he was fighting Ninja Killer, and Jasandi just in the neutral was just blue sparks everywhere. All right, Kulak, for sure, man. Thanks for tuning in, man, and hopefully I'll catch you at a local soon. For sure, when season 3 hits, I'll be there. But I'm not so sure about right now. Yeah, dude, Jasandi's a good dude. I haven't talked to him too much, but take care, Kulog. Have a great rest of your day, bro. But I would love to like pick his brain more. Especially when it comes to like throws, because his execution on giant swings and ISWs is crispy, like the crispiest of the crispiest. It's just I haven't seen Jasandi at a local in a while, but also I haven't been to that many locals ever since season 2 came out. Like I stopped going as much. Because season 1, I was like a contender every week. It's like what I was looking forward to after getting off of work. So let's see what other tech I've been wanting to practice. Giant swing is looking good. I just wish it was blue spark, but I think that'll come with time. Oh, he does squabble? Yeah. I didn't know he lives closer to Pico then, right? To Pico Rivera? By the way, how you been liking the new content, man? I've been trying to pump out more videos. I think people are really I mean, hopefully I am getting a good amount of people watching the videos. Obviously I'm still a small creator, but I'm hoping that folks, because really the goal of it is to get on the ground perspectives of what Tekken players are actually like thinking and reacting to, because I just feel like there's just so much drama content out there, and like I think it's better for people to hear from like competitive players and also get to know some of these guys too, you know? So hopefully if they choose to stream or they, you know, choose to post content or something like that, folks can reach out for help. You know, if you want to find a good June main, you can talk to like GA. You can talk to Raz, who just picked up June. You want to learn Brian, you can hit up Tone. You can hit up I mean, Tone's already got like a huge following, but you know, if they want to like learn about Lee, they can hit you up. They can hit me up. Because at the end of the day, like, we all love this game. And while right now it is not in the best position, like, I think what's most important is building community, right? We all know season 2 is not in a great scene and not in a great place, right? But let's also like find out what the changes players want to see, you know, in the game. What they think can be improved on. I'm thinking about expanding further though, like obviously like I don't know if I'm going to go to big tournaments this year. But obviously going to like those big tournaments and like getting the opinions of like players from like other states. If I ever have the opportunity to travel, interview players like from Korea, from Pakistan. Like I would love to like interview like a Lee main from Korea and see their perspective on how they play the character. Get a perspective from like a Pakistani player. Get a perspective from like an Australian player. Because like that's how it used to be from what I understand back in the day. Like a New York player would play way different from like a SoCal player. And because like back in the day, like people, the way they like would learn tech is through like tapes. Because like YouTube wasn't that big back then. Or yeah, Chain Shift. Do you know when Chain Shift is? It's going to be like June, right? Because I know that... Yo, and credit to Suma, man. For creating a challenger event. That man doesn't get his flowers enough. But yeah, like when JDCR came down here to go to Chains and then to go to Contender, he was gracious enough to let me interview him. And it was really cool picking his brain. Just picking his brain about like what he thought about AK, what he thought about like character homogenization. Yeah, like a week or two before Evo. Alright, cool. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm going to go to Evo this year. But I'll for sure go to Chains. And if y'all are local to like the SoCal area or somewhat adjacent or close, I highly recommend y'all go to that event. Great way to like meet international quality players because like Arslan was there. I believe Ulsan was here too. I'm not sure. Was it Ulsan that won it? And then you got to meet a lot. Like I remember I saw a lot of the old heads too. I think Cuddlecore was here too. Joe Budden was here. Was that Chain Shift? I don't know if Poke Chopper them like from the Atlanta scene came down, but because it's a challenger event, you're gonna see a good amount of big names. Yeah, Ulsan and Lohai. Yeah. Oh, John Ding was there too. Awesome. So yeah. See, like that's a definitely a video idea I have is like it would be cool to interview John Ding and see like, yo, what's the philosophy like what's your approach towards like playing Eddie? Oh yeah, Anakin's here too. I haven't been able to interview Anakin. But what I'm thinking of now too is I'm getting into like speedrunning. I would love to interview like speedrunners and stuff. So like for Resident Evil, there's a guy named Pessimism who like speedruns all like I think he's got like world records in every category in RE Remake. Like it'd be dope to interview him. That community I think is also like super interesting to me. Because I think we as kids when we were playing these games, we like created like our own little challenge runs, just because I feel like we didn't get new games as often, and also they added. Well, I shouldn't say that first part, but games back then I think had a lot of replay value, and it would be kind of cool to like talk to people that started in that community as to like how they like created it. And also there's like a science to it. Like speedrunning games is not easy, but it's dope that you're able like to repurpose a game in so many different ways and still find enjoyment in it. And that's what I've always really enjoyed about speedrunning. So it'd be kind of cool to do that too. I would actually love to get good enough to like do like a game's done quick one day. But I have to find out how to kill Nemesis first, because he's still clapping me. Also, like, I'm pretty sure that I can do like more gaming content where I think it's a big myth that fighting game players only play fighting games. I don't think that's true. Because I've definitely had conversations at locals about other games. It'd be kind of cool to like start doing like interviewing folks about like, what game series do you think is the most slept on? I don't know, I'm a huge Resident Evil fan. Ask people like, do you think RE3 remake sucks? What remake do you think is the best? I just feel like there's a lot that you can do with like the gaming community in general. It's just someone hasn't really come around to like try to do that. And like also I think people have this idea that you have to like always interview big names. And like, nah, dude, like we all got stories, we all got different perspectives on things. I don't know. That's kind of like the prerogative I've taken with stuff, is like I just wanted to highlight like, what does this local community feel about this game? Because also we got some real solid players down here. It'd be kind of dope if one day they did like NorCal versus SoCal fight or something like that. Anyways. Yeah, man, things are fitting into place, it feels, with AK. Execution is getting crispier. Be real, is NorCal that strong? We did a NorCal versus SoCal thing before. Because I really only know of puppers. And I think this guy is from NorCal. A dude named like Infernal Spyro. I actually fought him in ranked. Very, very good Victor. Even though I don't want to admit that because I don't like Victor, but I can't deny the fact that he was pretty good. Because, I mean, we got some seriously good players here. We have Jake Man, Jasandi, Anakin, Tone, Raph. Raph is slept on, man. Oh yeah, and we got Avery. We got Run It Black. Hey, doesn't Speed Kicks live here now too? Also, I'm not sure. Isn't Fee local to SoCal as well? Although I've never really seen Fee like at a local or anything, but I'm just guessing at that point. I don't know if Fee is local to SoCal. Also, I don't know how people can hate on Fee. Like, the dude is, like, super nice. And every time I've been in his stream, he's been nothing but nice to me. But, I mean, that's the internet, right? Oh, Fee is in New Mexico. Oh. Oh, he's from Oregon. Oh, that's like where, really good Leo player. Oh, what's his name? Strike Force, right? Yeah. I've never met Fee in person, but just on the interaction that I've had with him online, which says a lot, you know, like someone who's like has that many followers, and for them to take the time out of their day, you know, to like say GG's, because I fought him in ranked a couple times. Strike Mist. Yeah, Strike Mist. My bad. Strike Force. What am I thinking of? Oh, I didn't know that was Homeboy's name. But yeah, Strike Mist. Really good Leo player. I forget who else is out there in Oregon. Yeah, I was supposed to fight him at Chain Shift last year, but Remy ruined everything. Remy, by the way, is a really great Raven player in the SoCal area. Really, really great. I think he teamed up with Tone at the last Chain Shift. Next time, I should do a stream where I do like a counter of how many giant swings I do. I think in one of the training sessions, it was during State of Play. I'm pretty sure I did over like 200 giant swings while I was waiting for them to announce something about Metal Gear Solid. Like, the stream doesn't end until I get 100 giant swings. Stream doesn't end until I waivu. I'm gonna do like, I have to do 100 laps around Yakushima on Wave Dash. Dang, the stage is long as hell. Then I should giant swing and Wave Dash all the way back. I don't know if anyone will want to watch that though. I mean, you never know, but Oregon has a Lee player too, Crow. I'm trying to think of like the reputable Lee players. There was a guy that was in our pool, because me and Sumo were in the same pool this last year. He was pretty good. He actually dressed up as Lee. He had a pretty good cosplay. There just aren't that many of us that play Lee. I'm trying to think about our scene. Like, it's like me, Young Lumpia. Man, there was a Lee player that I fought this last weekend at Chains. He was pretty good. I just don't remember his name. He teamed up with Mini Tonka. I know Balaler sometimes plays Lee. And then in the States, I mean, I think the most popular one, or maybe arguably the best Lee, is GM, but GM doesn't compete. Yeah, Suma. How could I forget about Suma? Yeah, we a special breed, apparently. And then AK, I think, is Shy playing AK now? I think I saw him fight Von Awesome, and he was using AK. But I could be wrong. Tails has been playing AK. And Tails' AK is scary. Homeboy downplays his skill too much, man. Tails is a really solid player. He plays Lee like a Shaheen player. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. His drag's really good. But yeah, in SoCal we got a plethora of really good players. Alright. For y'all just joining, I can show you the tier list real quick, because after this I'm going to go walk my dog. Starting to get a little restless. And then for the rest of the day I want to do a real survival run in Resident Evil, because I've gotten so close. Real survival is really difficult, by the way, if you've ever played Remake. I've gotten really close to getting at least to the halfway point, but there's little differences. Like I needed to pick up like grenade shells, and I accidentally didn't do the Jill sandwich scene where she's about to get crushed for getting the shotgun, but you have to do that in order to get the shells. So I want to go back and actually do a full real survival run. So we'll do that after. But let me show you real quick the tier list in case you missed it. Also, I preface this with I have been playing this game for 2 years. And, you know, in these 2 years, I've really dedicated time to it. But also, it's only been 2 years, right? So take what I use in my tier list with that context in mind. There are some like placements that I kind of even had a hard time like putting my finger on, but I think it's pretty spot on. Let me share my screen. Give me a quick second. All right. So this is what I settled on after practically 2 hours of debating with chat and debating internally as to what to put on the tier list. I'll post it on Twitter, and I'll probably make a video out of it too. But I think the top S tiers are kind of universally understood. I think everyone would, for the most part, would put Anna up there. Let me put some music in the background. Yeah, not sure if the audio can be heard, but there we go. It's just like my video game playlist. So yeah, S tier I think is pretty universal. I think everyone would argue that it's Anna. Brian, I kind of wanted to put Asuka higher, but Brian has godlike counter hit tools, and can't deny the fact that the pilot has to work a bit. But Brian is very OP. Nina, poke god. Really good pokes. Egregious plus frames at times, but I think it's just more so her pressure, but the pilot still has to work. Law, the wall carry, the nunchucks, the fact that he regains heat once you learn how to deal with what's it called, with DSS, you start to learn how to deal with him a little better, but he can still be incredibly oppressive. Claudio, especially at the wall, is a problem. You kind of just have to give him his low heat smash because the rest of the stuff is just way more brutal to deal with. Clive is Clive, but I found myself with Clive, I have to really study the player to see what their tendencies are and then dish out the appropriate counterplay that way, because he has so many options to just kind of mess with you. Drag, I feel, has, while he's been nerfed a lot, he still has really powerful tools and his movement is very good. King, I don't understand how a grappler that has as many options as he has really good counter hit utility as well. His mix up with I think it's Jaguar Sprint at the wall is kind of busted, like the wall ender where you can choose to do the drop kick at the end. Also muscle armor still problematic. Elisa, chainsaws, there's counterplay, and then also if you wait for that like crossing chainsaw that's like -9, you know, when it's your turn, but still it's a lot to deal with. Horong, there's counterplay there, but you're making a lot of hard reads. And playing now really good woes at like God 1, God 2, God, regular God, and reviewing the matchups, it is wild how many plus frames he has on block. And yeah, woes a lot of the times they're putting their life bar on the line at times, but still I think it's egregious for him to have so many plus frames on block. And then also the fact that they gave him that low, that kind of negates his biggest weakness, which was how does he get in to get you to the blender. It's just his weakness has been mitigated by that, and now it's easier for him to put you in the blender. Lydia, really simple game plan, but it's really when she's in heat that she's a problem. And I feel like she applies a mental stack similar to Heihachi, but Heihachi's mental stack is nowhere near as bad as Lydia's, because you're trying to avoid her getting into heat, so then she doesn't become, you know, Dark Phoenix essentially. Jin, I feel like, just has all of the tools to like be good. He's been nerfed, but he's still pretty strong. Eddie, I know me and you, Olympia, were talking about this where he slept on. And for me, the big reason that I wanted to put him this high is because his movement's very good. And if you have a pilot who has very good movement, they could take the really good mix-up tools he has, but then they could space you out properly, and then they could hit you with sidestep, I think it's 3+4 or whatever, and then keep you out and do full combo on you. Leo, I think, is really slept on. It's just not too many people use him. And his stance, I found that like with AK, I can deal with it pretty decently with down 1+4 or down 1-4, the low jab into the knee, and then you just kind of wait for the hop kick to come out and then you punish that. But I still feel like the stance is kind of difficult to deal with, and his install too makes him pretty problematic. It's just you don't see a lot of them, so you don't really deal with them that much. Steve, I think, has, it's really Lionheart and how everything floats into that, and it becomes a guessing game. I'm surprised after labbing him how much stuff can be beaten with just backdashing, but the fact that Steve has all of these tools that go into Lionheart make you have to guess a lot more. And some Steve players, I don't know how they're making this argument, but they argue that you can see the guard break. I don't know what they're saying. I don't know what they're talking about. I don't know how you can argue that. But Steve, just, you can't really step him because also he'll catch you with his really good counter hits. And then you made him a mix-up god too with Lionheart. So I think he's deserves to be that high up. June, I had her lower, because really after like working with Raz, and Raz kind of taught me a couple of things about June. You can disrespect her a little more in contrast to like Asuka. But really for me, the thing that made me put her up higher was her install, the freaking laser beam, but also that God button that she has that like can hit you from like range pretty far out and gets her right into stance. It's like a homing move too. It's a homing mid. So I think it makes her easier to pilot and she can mix you up. Victor, I wanted to put him a little lower because once you learn to deal with his mix-up, it's not too bad. You can, if he goes into stance from the swords, the 2 knives, I want to say it's like running 3-4. No, running 1-2 or... Yeah, running 1-2. He's only +4, so dealing with the stance is not too bad. Then running 2, he has 1 more frame, so it makes it a little more difficult, but it's still manageable. But the issue is when he does that perfumer thing where he's like +7 or something like that. And he can still frustrate the crap out of you. So I think that's a fair spot to put him, but I think I might be too critical of him and he may go lower. Lily, it's really her movement. And I tried taking it because like if I play Lee against her, it's not that bad. Because I have 1+2. But if I play AK, I have to be very hyper vigilant of her movement. Also, the fact that she has that hell sweep from back turn is kind of egregious. I know a lot of things can be beaten by sidewalking her when she's in back turn. And then if you add a sidestep, if you add a duck or a parry, you can beat even more options. But it's her Oki. I find myself in Oki situations like just being super scared to get up because she can hit you with so many things. So I think they need to balance her a little better. Yoshi is still strong, but is not as bad as Season 1, but I think he deserves to be up there. It's just his damage is a little too high. I gave a metaphor that I remember when I was playing Tekken 2 as a kid. I would try to do his, I think the command back then was like down, forward, 1, just for the simple like sword swipe. And it would do like 10 damage, and as a kid I was always like, man, how's like the guy not dead? I just like hit him with a sword. But now looking back at it, I'm pretty sure the devs are like, yo, this guy can like just hit you with stuff and you can't block it, so let's make his damage really low. That's the philosophy I think that should still continue to apply to Yoshi. Is like, give him his sword sweep should still knock down, poison breath, but it's just like, can we like scale the damage? Can we just, if the philosophy is like that they're going to just give guaranteed hits instead of full combo now, based on what we saw from like the little short snippet of what Season 3 is supposed to be, can we do that to Yoshi? Maybe. I think that would make him more manageable, but he's definitely not as bad as he was in Season 1. Heihachi, I actually had him lower, just because I know how to deal with him better now, but I can't deny that also his offense can become really oppressive. And at the wall, the guy's a nightmare. And then he has like that internal mental stack of like warrior's instinct. So I can't let this dude go into heat. Feng has got a lot of really good tools at range 0. He's probably the best. His pokes are really good. He's got a really good panic button. If he wants to be evasive, he can with Kempo. But a lot of his offense could be mitigated if you just stay out of range. It's like drag. If you don't stay in his face, you can deal with him a lot easier. But Feng is really powerful still. It's just surprisingly, I don't see a lot of them that much in ranked. AK I was going to put lower, but AK and Lee were the last ones I placed because I wanted to try to do it as like unbiased as possible, and like I even had input from like the chat to hold me accountable in that sense. AK I think is really strong, but he's very linear. I think in order to successfully pilot him, you have to be very aware of like the chessboard. When I first started playing him, I wasn't aware of spacing. I wasn't aware of a lot of things, but in order to get him to a good point, I had to learn more about the puzzle pieces on the board, like the chess pieces on the board. I had to be aware of spacing. I had to be aware of stepping. I had to be aware of like, I had to be more aware of like my frame advantage, my frame disadvantage. I can't just. Also, I have to be more aware of movement because I'm so linear. But I also can't deny that he's kind of busted when it comes to heat. He has homing throws, which I don't think should be in the game. Period. his heat move, while linear, is still really good. The down back 2-1, I think. He has a really good low in forward neutral too. Also sidestep too, which is really good. And he has a built-in mix-up with if folks start ducking, then you could sidestep 4 for full combo. So the dude has good stuff. His throws are also really good. The only thing not making him broken is him not having a 2-break that also has the same animation as like Giant Swing, because then Homeboy would be busted and need serious nerfs. Shaheen, I think, has all of the tools necessary, but once you learn how to pick up on patterns, he's not too bad to deal with. It's just like learning his stepping patterns and like that one move where he says La Máquina or whatever, that then you learn how to deal with it. His low is really good too. But if you pick up on timing, start throwing a duck in there when you're sidestep, comes manageable. Lee, I think, is a little... I don't know, Lee's weird because for a while everyone was downplaying him, but now everyone is positing that he's like the greatest character in the game that everyone slept on, and I don't think that. Because you have to make a lot of hard reads with Lee. The way you play Lee the best, and I'm not there yet, but the times that I felt really locked in was when I felt like I was in my opponent's head. Where like I picked up on their timing, I picked up on when they like to swing, I got them comfortable with swinging, and then I was just counter hitting them to death. It wasn't when I was unga bungaing them, or it wasn't when I was doing running 3-4s. It's when I picked up on timing, counter hits, and I made them comfortable pressing. And to be able to do that, you can't just be a Joe Schmo off the street. You have to know a little bit about Tekken. And you have to be comfortable with the dance of like... You have to be comfortable with the conversation that can come from Tekken. So like, knowing when they're going to take their turn back, knowing how they're going to take their turn. So I think Lee's good, but he requires still a good amount from the pilot. I think it's just Tekken 8 allows you to play Unga with characters you shouldn't be able to. Hitman's stance is not that scary once you learn how to deal with it. I think the only real threat is like running 3-4, but running 3-4 is super linear, and you can step it and negate that +6 that he would get going into Hitman. But even so, like, Hitman 4 is like, what, 21 frames? So you can still interrupt. You can still dig jab, which beats a lot of options. And then people want to talk about down back or down forward or whatever, 3-4, the new homing move he has in Heat. It's good, but I don't think it's as busted as people make it seem. And even so, he needed something in Heat when all he had was, which I don't know if I should say this, but I really miss Heat engage off wall standing 2-3 into full combo. That was sweet. And that was a good trade-off for like us not having good Heat. Lars is good, but once you deal with him, it's not that bad. It's just his design. I just am not a fan of his design. I'm not a fan of him flying all over the screen and farting electricity everywhere. But once you learn how to deal with him, it's not too bad. And especially as Lee, you have a lot of options to stop him. But it's just... But it's the kind of thing, and like... I know you gave me a metaphor with like this kind of way of thinking with Flock, where just don't entertain things. Like, if a Lars player wants to go in and out of stances and fart electricity everywhere to psych me out, cool, go ahead and do it. Waste your time. Do like, I'm just not going to entertain it. And then when you show me something that's actually threatening, I'll pop you. I think you just got to get used to the design and deal with it accordingly. Reyna, I feel like I'm downplaying her a bit, but it's just like once I've learned how to deal with forward 2, it's not too bad. She can definitely snowball you and like just rush you down and then like kind of loop you with pressure, but I just think she's an easier Mishima, but she's not too bad. But I don't know, I may be downplaying her. I do think that she has that one new move that it's like, I can't remember the animation, but it's like a knee and a demon's breath and you can't interrupt it or something like that. I wish I knew the command off the top of my head, but I think that's the only real thing that's kind of busted on her. Paul is very good, but I think it's more contingent on the pilot being good. Raven, I think, is slept on, but you don't see enough Ravens. And there's like variants between the Ravens. There's the Ravens that just want to get in a back turn so they can start spamming stuff and mixing you up. And then there's a very good Ravens that know how to do keep out, that uses very good, he has a very good launcher. It's like a cartwheel. Like, really good Ravens is really hard to get in on because they'll just keep you out with that move and launch you and punish you. But like, once you like understand like the basics of the character, it's not too bad, but he's still very strong. Falk, I think, is slept on, and I think everyone kind of said that he was like the perfectly balanced character from season 2, and I think he's a step in the right direction. But Falk can also mix you up from a range that no one can. But also, once you kind of learn him, it's not too bad. But he's still strong. I don't think he deserves to be in the B tier. I think he's like high, like low A. Zafina, same kind of thing. Once you learn how to deal with her stances, she's not too bad. It's just my gripe with Zafina is her as Azazel arm powers. I don't feel like the life she loses is a good trade-off. Like, I feel like she gets the damage of a hatchet kick done to her, but then she gets to like blast you with like an Egyptian god, and you can't do anything about it, or you're like minus, or you've been spaced out. That's just me though. But if you take the time to like learn her moves and learn her very awkward animations, you can learn how to deal with her. It's just the Azazel stuff, and in general, I don't think laser beams, or with the exception of like, and this is not me being biased, but like the exception of like, you know, the devil cause or whatever, because that's been part of the lore since like, that's the foundation of Tekken. Like Tekken 1 literally was like, the devil was already in it. Devil cause was already in it, right? The bears, I think they've returned to being niche where they should be, where just people who played bears forever play them. And the bears are like Feng in a weird way. Like, I think stats a lot of the times tell you a lot about the player that you're playing. But if you look at Feng or the bears, these are players that can have 40 defense, and it's not that they're trash. It's that they've learned how to use, like in the case of Feng, they've learned how to use shifting clouds and Kempo really good, so they don't have to block as much. Same with like the bears. The bears, because of their awkward like hurt box or whatever, they can avoid a lot of attacks. And then also, I think because of that, they've learned how to space really well. I fight a lot of bears that are just moving around a lot, and they're very economical with their hits. And because I know the matchup now pretty well, I don't really struggle with them, particularly if I play Lee, because a lot of moves I can just counter hit them out of it. Like, there's one move where like they can delay like one of the swiping bear claws, and you have enough of a gap there where I can just, you know, I could just magic 4 if I wanted to. Kaz, I felt like this one was going to be controversial like Reyna, but after playing him for a bit, man, cosplayers got to work. And while the game plan is very simple, it's not just because the game plan is simple doesn't mean it's easy to execute at the highest level. Trapping someone in a vortex, if they're not good, is easy, because I could just hell sweep and, you know, steel pedal. But someone that like understands how to like delay their wake ups, change the way they wake up, that's tricky to deal with, and it teaches you like a deeper level of the game that I don't think a lot of people are there yet, if that makes sense. Also, my hands hurt like hell after playing Kaz. I don't know. I didn't feel like I could put him in A tier. I feel like some people would disagree, but you know, I'm open to hearing. Jack, I think, is one of those characters where it's the pilot that makes the character, not the character making the pilot, because he can't step. And while the Gamma Hell bubble is annoying, like, good players, and like once you're aware of it, it's pretty easy to bait it out, and then you punish him. He does have options to stop you from moving. He does have a really good down forward too. And he does have a full throw game, but Jack, I think once you like pick up on patterns and you utilize your movement against him, he's not too bad. Miari and Azu, I feel like are kind of interchangeable, because Miari has a lot of counterplay if you just study it. And if you really learn where to duck her strings, you can easily take care of Miari. Also, the staff stance, just jab, beats a lot of stuff, and then just be careful with the low. The one thing that is challenging about Miari is not being aware of her spacing traps, because her movement sucks. So they might use like the ogre snakes to push you, and then she uses her really good down forward 2 to launch you. Also, being hyper aware of the moves that go into MMO, I think is really important, because I think we all know down forward 2-1. Yeah, I think it's down forward 2-1 to duck that. But she has other options that go into MMO. So just being cognizant of that. Azu, just being aware of her stance pressure. And I think the biggest realization that led to me being good against the character was when I realized that like eating a low wasn't the end of the world. So if I just got hit by her low, it's okay. We'll just try again. The thing that does make Azu annoying. Oh, and then also if you find out that your opponent is a backswing blow merchant, really easy to blow them up. Just bait it out and then you launch them, because it's like -15. But the thing that's challenging about Azu is when she gets in crouching, because she has a launcher, and then she has that new spin kick, low kick that they gave her in Season 2 that allows her to go into more mix-ups. But I think beating Azu is just be patient. But also, like, if you're fighting like someone like Sage, then, you know, that's difficult. So, but I think that's fair placement. I couldn't justify her being an A. I think her low parry, like, I think auto low parries and auto parries just need to go away, though. That's one thing I will say. But whatever. Leroy, once you get the matchup, not too bad. Just throws and go for lows. And again, if you get hit by a low, it's not the end of the world. Learning where to, like, put your parries in there stops him a good amount, too. Because he has lows that are not punishable. But I think because Breadman did so good, people are now thinking that he did really good. That he's a very good character, but it's more so just Breadman is very good. Very much a situation like we have Colossus, who's a very good Leroy player in SoCal, and it's Colossus that makes Leroy that good, not Leroy that makes Colossus that good. Colossus is just that good of a player. I think it's one of those situations. I think anyone in this tier, it's not that the character is good, it's that the pilot is making the best out of them. And I wish more characters were in this tier, because that's what specialist characters are. It's people that have poured a lot of time into the character to make them viable. Because I think anyone can be viable in this game more than any, but that was the cool thing about specialists, is like no specialist would play the same. Everyone had their own like spice to them, you know what I mean? Xiaoyu is a lot of her pressure's fake, so you can bully her, and then you just have to find a move that can hit her out of AOP that's safe. And her damage isn't super high, so like really when you're fighting a good Xiaoyu, it's because that Xiaoyu player is really good. And it's just annoying, but that's by design. She's supposed to be annoying. So I don't think she's overpowered whatsoever. It's just that's her design. It's annoying, but it's beatable. Like 1+2, as with Lee, like murks her. And then Devil Jin is. I started doing better with Devil Jin once I just accepted that fighting him is going to be annoying. And once I accepted that, and also realized that like Shackle is super punishable, even if you block it, you can like you have time to like get up there and like, you know, dark upper him or something, or hop knee him. He's easy to deal with. And it's just accepting that like Devil Jin players have to go ham on you to win. And once you accept that and just like deal with it, it'll be okay. Everything will be okay. So yeah, that's what I got. I'll post this later on. I'm gonna make a video out of it later, but like maybe like for Monday or something. But I'll post this on X, formerly known as Twitter. See if the internet rains hell on me, but I think everyone has a tier list nowadays, and I tried my hardest to be impartial and put my dislike of certain characters aside, in particularly Victor, Lars, June, Elisa. Yeah. But I think it's decent. And I think that given my experience, I think I've given a pretty solid rationale as to where each character should be. I don't know. Maybe I could be more critical on like Lee and AK, but I think they have clear weaknesses. The one where I'm a little like iffy is still Reyna. I don't know if I'm downplaying. I was hoping that like a Reyna player would come into the stream to kind of like help guide me a little bit, but I don't know. I just couldn't justify putting Reyna higher, or Kaz too. All right, y'all. I'm gonna take a quick break, and then we'll go into some Resident Evil after this, because I have played a lot of Tekken and I have talked a lot of Tekken. Yeah, I agree. After picking him up, the game plan is simple, but it's hard to execute at a high level. And I'm not even at a point yet where I can fully understand like Oki to like where someone's adapting on Wake Up. And I know that like really good cosplayers are able to like, oh, this guy delayed his Wake Up by like 0.3 seconds. I need to do this. I ain't there yet. And I think the fact that like there's a character that makes you focus on like those micro level minutia of the game, I think that says a lot about the difficulty of the character. And I think that gets missed a lot. All right, y'all. I'll be back in a little bit, all right? we're back. How far am I here? No, I'm gonna have to restart it. Yeah, because I don't have enough ammo.
Alpha Team is flying around the forest zone, situated in northwest Raccoon City, where we are searching for the helicopter of our compatriots, Bravo Team, who disappeared during the middle of their mission. Bizarre murder cases have recently occurred in Raccoon City. There are outlandish reports of families being attacked by a group of about 10 people. Victims were apparently eaten. The Bravo Team was sent in to investigate, but we lost contact.
Look, Chris.
Bravo Team's helicopter was a derelict. Save for the remaining body of Kevin. We continued our search for the other members, and it turned into a nightmare.
We're gonna go ahead and skip the cutscenes. I'm gonna try to run this as fast as I can. However, I'm still learning, like, in what boxes I can drop off. Because in real survival, the boxes are not connected.
A dining room.
So you have to be a lot more careful about what you place where. Because if not, you end up backtracking a ton. And if you're trying to learn how to speed run it, you have to also just go as fast as you can. So that means not picking up items that you don't have to pick up.
Barry. Who is it? Barry.
Any luck, Jill?
No, nothing. What's going on around here? I can't figure it out.
Same here.
Chris, and now Wesker.
There's not much we can do. We can search for him separately. I'll investigate the dining room again.
Okay then, I'll try the door on the other side.
This mansion is gigantic. We could easily get lost. Let's start from the first floor.
Okay.
Oh! I almost forgot. It's a lockpick. You'd make better use of it.
Thanks.
Resident Evil.
Got cold feet. Wesker!
Thanks.
Grab my hand!
Barry.
That was a close one. A second late, you would have fit nicely into a sandwich.
Really? Thanks. But Barry, didn't you say you were going back to the dining room to find other clues? I'm glad and all.